Okay, ma'am, we can start, ma'am. Actually, thank you. Thanks for your patience. Since the participant crossed 300, we had to get ready with the YouTube live. That's why it took some time. And actually, now the chat in the chat box, we have already shared the YouTube link. In case any of your friends are unable to join, you can simply copy and share that. Just now also I have shared. You can share this link to them, and they can watch via YouTube. And we will enable the comments. Probably in case if the comments are disabled, it will be enabled shortly. They can ask questions at the end of the session via the comments, and our team will check it up and they'll inform the speaker, and the speaker will answer the query. Thank you. And over to you, Sajid.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed and gained some insight from this morning's plenary talks by Dr. Ratnaswamy. Before we move on, I have a small announcement to make. Please do remember to mute your audio and video so that it does not interfere with that of the speakers. And feedback forms will be circulated at the end of this session, and certificates will be provided on the second day. So moving along, I would like to welcome the next speaker of the day, namely Dr. Rajsekharan from IIT Chennai School of Social Sciences and Languages. I would like to call upon Dr. G. Bhuvaneshwari to welcome the next speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shajat. I hope I'm audible to everyone. It's really a privilege to introduce my own colleague, our dear colleague, Dr. Rajsekharan, who is an experienced professor of English with a demonstrated history of working in the academics. So, in fact, he doesn't need a formal introduction because his YouTube videos are available everywhere and it's trending. Okay, so he's skilled in English as a second language, e-learning, lecturing, educational technology, and instructional design. He's a strong educational professional with a Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Linguistics and English language teaching. He has around 19 Scopus publications. He's the recipient of IATEFL scholarship to attend the 52nd IATEFL International Conference at Brighton, UK during April 2018, and recipient of Betty Hazard Travel Grant to attend TESOL International Convention and Expo at Atlanta, Georgia, USA during March 2019. He has visited many countries including England, Scotland, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, Singapore, Malaysia, Oman, and Sri Lanka. He has delivered keynote addresses in international conferences held in India, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. As I already told you, his lectures are on research are found on YouTube. We are happy to have Dr. Rajsekharan with us. Dr. Rajsekharan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your nice intro. It's my honor and privilege. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It is visible. Yeah.
Okay. Just to let me maximize the screen. Okay. Dear all, it's a pleasant opportunity for me because of the last minute change. One of the speakers couldn't make it up because of some emergency. That's why I had to land in. Let me try to do justice to the topic, definitely. And okay, so I'll be giving a lot of ideas about how to find good sources for a research paper and in general research. Not only research paper, in general, do a PhD and even collaborative research and everything. And I'll take you through from the beginning to till the end. As an entire process, have to find good sources. Even Dr. Saubhaki was telling about the Google Scholar and other stuff, and I'll be taking through the entire thing. I'll give demo because it will be kind of workshop kind of stuff. So I'll tell one by one, and straight away I'll take you to the different resources. I'll open it. I'll tell you how to operate all those things also one by one. Come, let's get started. Okay, so all of you know very well, if you are a seasoned researcher or even a novice researcher, definitely every one of you know that the sources in general, we have primary sources, secondary sources, and tertiary sources. Whether you write a research paper or do a funded project or anything, absolutely you need these three sources. Without these things, you will not be able to do that thing. So first, well, let us see the primary sources. It will be like, you have to take it from your original research component, where you will, it can be kind of directly, even Saubhagya was telling one example, we conduct interviews, even in case if it's a survey-based research, you conduct interview. If it is a literary-based research, if you belong to English, sociology, and humanities, sociology, they'll directly take the problem into the, they'll go to the society, they'll study the problem, they'll try to give the record of the problem. So for that, how will they do that? Initially, they'll prepare a questionnaire, they'll give it to the people, and they'll collect the response from the sample. That is called a primary data. After that, see, assume that you get something, then after that you will interpret. For that, you have to read some other papers and some other research journals or the published books and other stuff that have become secondary data. That's what secondary resource. And tertiary, these resources, tertiary resources, there are three things I have given clearly. One is abstract, indexes, and databases. See, if you go to JSTOR, Scopus, Web of Science databases, there are two things are there. One is open access journal, closed access journal. Whether it is open access or closed access, absolutely you will be able to read the abstract of those particular research paper or a project or a thesis, anything. So generally, where can you find these abstract? General databases you can find. That's what even I'll show you certain demo maybe shortly after this slide, and where you can find. I'll talk about Google Scholar, then I'll show you the Scopus databases, and I'll talk about Web of Science also, then JSTOR, another thing, because I'll show some of whatever the source we have in BIT, because we are a cutting edge university and we have so many resources here. I'll show you some of the examples. Similarly, you may have some other resources in your library, or you may go to the library which has that access. You can use those things clearly. Just a minute, there is a question. Guys, just a minute. There is a small glitch because YouTube Live, there is an issue. Let me fix it. That just give me a 2 minutes time, please. Sorry for the disturbance.
Please wait. There is some small error. We'll join in another 2 minutes. Yeah, please wait. Give us few seconds. We'll join.
Thank you for listening. Patience. See, actually, the Google, actually, it's YouTube Live is working. I think someone, due to their network error, they have messaged us. Please ask them to check properly. The live is going on properly, I guess, because we verified, and YouTube Live is working already. People are there. Let me share my screen again. Okay, is my screen visible and am I audible clearly? Ma'am, can someone respond to me?
Yes, sir, you're
Yes,
audible, sir.
Thank
Yes.
you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
YouTube Live is also streaming now, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
So we can see that these databases generally know how to use those things. We'll see one by one. Okay. First, we'll directly let me take you to the another window. Just a minute. I'll open. Because I need to show you in demo, so I need to open another tab. Allow me to open. Just yeah. So we'll start from Google Scholar. Up to utilize Google Scholar, what are the various features are there in the Google Scholar? I'll tell you one by one. Okay, first you need to go to scholar.google.com. First thing, all of you make a note. Just a minute, there is a small using another browser. Yeah, as in the Chrome, there is an issue. I'm opening a Firefox. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So first, yeah, sorry for the glitch. For you, it may work immediately. Due to some error, it has taken time. See, normally go to scholar.google.com and you'll get land into this page. So we'll start from how to utilize and exploit the Google Scholar to the fullest extent possible. Then I'll go to the rest of the resources. Okay. So first thing, if you are a researcher, you may create your profile, and I'll sign into my account. I'll show you my profile, and you will get a detailed idea how to create and all those things. And there are so many advanced features, even though you have a Google Scholar profile, you may not know the advanced features of this profile. And I'll take you to those profile, those things now. Just a minute. Because for that, if you are with a normal account, you will not be able to see that. Normal account means, without profile, you will not be able to do that. That's why I need to show my profile. See, these are the lot of things you may wonder. No? These are the things to make sure that our works are safe. That's why it says, I need to check, yeah, it's me. And these are the two-step verification. This is called two-step verification in the mail. Some unexpected error keeps popping in. So suddenly, system is not permitting me to open. Yeah, it has come. And you see, this is my profile. Look at there. Once you land in scholar.google.com, kindly make a note of it. Scholar.google.com, and you will land into this page. First, I'll tell you how to create. If you want to create your profile first time, you need to have at least one paper published, and you will be able to create your profile. Just it's very simple thing. Just go to Google Scholar, create a profile, and it will be able to possible. You'll be able to do that thing. I'm clicking my profile. Yeah, see, you can see my name. This is called generally, you need to have a verified email ID, which is the institutional email ID. You can do with personal mail ID also, but it will say that the account is not verified. That means you are a professor, a researcher, you are with a particular institution. That's why it says that you need to add institutional email ID, then it will come as verified email mail. In case you go with your personal email ID, it says that the verified mail is not verified. So you can see here, these are my papers, citation, Hutch index, citation index, all these things, and I'll tell about those things later. So this is the profile number one. These are papers which I have published so far. But what else you can do? People, they know that Google Scholar profile is the profile where you can create, you can add your papers, you can share to other people, they'll know about your research potential. No, but there are many other things are there. Come here, go to my library. The profile, there is option called my library. Just I have clicked this three line profile. Under that, you have my library. Just you click first my library. What are the things you can create here? First thing, I'll tell you about when you search. Research starts from a literature review. How will you search in the thing? You need to find a particular resources with a time specified. But once you give anything in the Google Scholar in general, it will come, you will get so many lakhs and lakhs of resources, even sometimes crores of resources will come. How will you identify those resources? For that, first you need to do one thing. Let me open another new window. Okay, this is my library. Before I come to my library, let me go to general articles. Sorry, just a minute. Yeah, here this is the landing page. This is Google Scholar landing page. In case you want to search some article, let me take today, okay, interdisciplinary disciplinary research. Yes. Okay, I'll take interdisciplinary approach. So I click, see, you have 31,30,000 results within 4 seconds. I generally have given a keyword as interdisciplinary research. You have got these many results. And within this, how will you select appropriate resources for you? And how will you be able to download the resource paper? Before I go to the custom range, I'll first tell you, whenever you have the option called this PDF, this option, no, it means it's an open access paper. This is the paper. You can download this paper. Just simply you right click, open in new tab. This interdisciplinary approach, advantages and disadvantages, benefits, everything will come as you will be able to download as a PDF. It will, yeah, look at there. It has come. This particular research paper, you will be able to download it. Then you can just click here and you will be able to download. It will automatically, it will be there in the download section. See, there it comes. When you download, another important tip, whenever you download papers from Google Scholar, please don't do it randomly. In case you are working on, for example, today I am going to work on interdisciplinary studies means, and I need to create a separate folder because see, as a teacher, you would do so many reading, you would download so many papers, then everything put together, it will become clumsy. You will never be able to locate which particular paper you have downloaded, where you need to read. So first thing, you create separate folder. You may wonder, sir, why you are giving such a basic idea? Because it's very important. See, initially it may be a very normal idea. Once you get into the PhD, 6 months, you read hundreds of papers, all the papers you have downloaded without any arrangement, then you will not be able to locate the exact paper. See, out of 100 paper, not everything will be useful. Probably 5 or 6 may be useful. Sometimes 20 may be useful. But if you do not have a separate repository in a folder, you will lose the complete track of it. This is the first thing. And look at here and here. This is all these things. It is called open access paper. See, here you don't have anything. It's a book. And another thing, first let me tell you open access and closed access paper. After opening the Google Scholar, when you have the option called this PDF, it means open access paper. When something comes without anything, it means you will not be able to download anything. This is point number 2. Point number 3, whenever you have the resources within bracket, if it comes as book, look at that, it is a book, not a resource paper. I think, am I making sense? And you come here, this is the another PDF, this is a book, and we'll come down little further. Let me go to the 10th page. Yeah, for example, look at there. Ethno-music therapy on interdisciplinary approach to music and healing. This is a research paper, but it is not an open access paper. You will be able to read the abstract, but you will not be able to download the paper because it's a closed access. Closed access means you will not be able to download the paper. But I'll be telling you certain ideas also to open closed access paper. I'll share the resources. So as of now, I have told you about what is open access, what is closed access, how to download paper. And very important thing, when you download, better maintain a separate folder for each section of the papers, each area, in case you work in multiple research, and you have to make sure that you have a separate folder. Now, see, there are so many things are there. Then which one to see? Let me tell you, it is called Boolean operators. In Google search algorithm, it is called Boolean operators. Simply add double quote within that interdisciplinary approach. Already, how many results are there? 31 lakh results are there. Now see, I have added only double quote. Now look at there, from 30 lakhs, it has come to 6 lakh. So it's more, see, whenever you use these kind of Boolean operators, actually these are the algorithm tools where it will fetch your results more appropriately, more precisely. That's why you can, one option is you can use interdisciplinary, whatever the keyword you give it in double quotes. Then you will get, the results will, obviously it will be more appropriate compared to the general results. This is number one. Number two, you can customize your result. Now you have made it within quote, then you can go to the custom range. You don't want to read the entire paper. Just you want to know what are the papers published only in 2022. Just click since 2021. Now, see, we started from 30 lakh, then we landed into 6 lakh. Now we have restricted to only 2022. Now it is only 2,570 results. This is how you need to identify time specific and exact resources. Now, generally, we advise in VIT, we ask the student to do a review of research minimum 10 years, that then go to custom range. It start 2022, it's a N starting 2012. Just I give search. So within 10 years, with the title interdisciplinary approach, the keyword, I get 87,300 results. But now, look at there, I change into 2017. Now I am searching again. Look at there, it has come almost half of the result, 35,000. Then again, you do it for probably 3 years, then only 18. This is how you can narrow down your search, and within that, then you can, initially you can leave the closed access paper, you can leave the book, and you can have only the open access. Then let me give one more Boolean operator. Just a minute. It comes only book, but just add, you don't want books, just add research papers. Disciplinary approach. Yeah, only one it comes, because within 2019-22 range it comes, but when I clear this custom and I give us any time, you can see many. You can operate with many different these kind of options you can try. One is generally double quote. Then one option has to be there, minus means that will not come. Interdisciplinary approach, now you are becoming more specific in literature. In case, assume that you work in literature area, then I give us literature. See, psychology and literature, interdisciplinary approach in science and literature. So all these things we add, because see, interdisciplinary is a very big area. See, based on your parent field, if you add that keyword into the search, you will get more specific results. Then again, you can add double quote as usual, whatever I have said. This is the another option to narrow down your search to get more appropriate result. And custom range, simply if you 3 years generally, last 3 years thing, it will be automatically available in the Google Scholar. Only if you click since just 2018, obviously the 3-year papers, whatever published from since 2018 up to this moment of time, it will be available. Then in case you want to go beyond this range, you have to use the custom range. This is one thing. And this is another one, sort by relevance, sort by date. In case you are very particular about only date, you want to know about the date, then you can click sort by date. And another thing, look at here, article type. There are many research papers. See, original research paper and review articles. Review articles means they don't do research, simply they review the already available papers. So first, initial researcher, I would advise you before you get into the reading the full original research paper, You can go to the review articles, where review articles in general, it will be a kind of accumulation of the major outcome of the particular field research. And so you can start with review article. For that, simply click any type, just go to review article. Now see how many results has come down. Now you will see only review articles. Nothing else will be there. See, interdisciplinary approach, the temporomandibular joint, everything comes, but you can more specify and see, very important thing, use different combination to get exact result for your particular research. That for that you need to identify what are the key terminologies or keywords which will be able to help you to get more. Don't use the very broad term. See, for example, let me tell you, postmodernism means you will get umpteen results. Postmodernism in specific author, postmodernism within cinema, postmodernism in art, postmodernism in poem, in such kind of specific searches would help you to get the result, what you call more appropriate result. This is the second thing. So now you are clear about how to use Google Scholar, how to search article, which is open-ended, what is closed-ended, what is book. Next thing, let me tell you. See, now this is the title, you know that, and on the green line it is the author names. But you have never heard about. See, look at there. What are the options here in the blue? In the blue, save, cite, cited by, related articles, all 12 versions. That means first thing, cited by. Cited by means how many researchers have cited this particular article, particular paper in their research. It means if the article means research paper has more citation, that is the very good article. If the article has less citation, people has not referred more about that particular research. So you can figure it out based on more citation. See here cited by 19. So whenever you download, you can check. Let us see. See, look at that. For example, this one, interdisciplinary approach, biological and health implication, selected professional competencies, citation nil as of now. Nobody has cited because it is published only 2022. The latest paper citation will be less, but only the paper published long back will have more citation. People would have referred it. So what you can try, so whatever look at that, this is 85 citation. Look at this paper, 1 or 2 citation. So this is the another parameter to decide whether to read the paper, whether to download the paper or not. You can check. This is second thing. Now, see, I wanted to, I have given this interdisciplinary approach in literature, and I have, see, first I'll go one by one. Though I don't download all the paper. First, see, I'll see the title, I'll see the author, then I'll come down, I'll see citation. So I'll go to the 105 citation paper. Okay, this one I want to read. So what I'll do, I'll not, before I open it entire journal, first thing I would save into my library. For that, what do you have to do? Just to go to the save option, just to click this top. You can see it's getting. I have created many labels already. That's why it asks me to which label I need to save this particular article. Okay, as of now, for example, I just am adding it to the reading list and we're done. So this article will be saved automatically in the online Google Scholar and it will be there under the label reading list. Now, let me go back to again my library, where you can see, these are the folders I have already. Each folder I have already saved certain files, certain article. Now let me show you if you remember just now, I saved one article under the reading list. Let us open that reading list folder. You call it folder or label. Just see, just now I have opened this one 2022 paper. Look at here. Sorry. You can see, let me, I just simply have forgotten which paper I have saved. I'll do again. So again. Okay, now let me add one more thing. See, actually, in general, very simple. Whatever the paper you save, automatically it will appear here. Because I don't have a track of thing. Which one I have already? I had to. And latest one, I think this is the latest one. This will be saved here. Look at that. It will be available. So look at the another one, CPD, that is continuous professional development. I have saved only one paper. So what is the advantage of this thing? You don't require to download all the papers immediately. First, you can shortlist, you can add it to the library. After adding the library, then probably you can read the abstract first. Then in case, if it is really good, then you can download. Otherwise, no need of downloading all the papers because you download so many. Obviously, you'll not be able to select the appropriate resources. That's why you can use this particular option to exactly locate your particular sources easily. Let me show you one more thing. Post method. Probably, yeah. See, I have many paper here. I think 5 paper I have saved. Post method pedagogy by Kumara Vadivelu. All the related papers I have saved here. So what you can do is, this is how you may create online repository in Google Scholar. This is one. And let me tell you the third important option in Google Scholar called alerts. You can create Google Scholar alerts. The alerts will come to your mailbox immediately. What? You can see alerts for RS current. This is my email ID. And you see new citation to my article. Whenever I get new citation to my article, I'll get alert. Whenever a new paper published in the area semiotics, I'll get alert. Whenever Jayakaran Mugundan, actually he's a researcher, hardcore researcher from Malaysia, I follow him. Whenever he publishes, I'll get notification. And Vagit and disability studies, and Tom Shakespeare, he is an expert in disability studies. So whenever these people publish, I'll get immediate notification. I'll open my Gmail and I'll show you how it would be. So here, let me search citations. I'll show you exactly how it will appear in Gmail. It's taking maybe a couple of seconds to load. Yeah, it has come. Look at there, Google Scholar alerts, one new citation to your article. One new citation to your article. See, you can see how many citations I have got, 2, 3, 4, 5 within maybe, you can see when that particular message delivered, you can check. This is how it works, and I'll show you the exact subject specific disability studies. See, the major advantage of this Google Scholar alerts, you no need to track of what is happening in your field. Once you enable this alerts, whenever a new paper is added into the Google Scholar, when the new paper gets published, immediately you will get notification. And this notification would come whenever the new papers and the new books or a conference series are added. You will get immediate notification. You will see, this is one I got it on 19th Feb. That means this today is 21st Feb. So my scholars are working on disability studies. We will be on track. We'll exactly know what is happening in the current trend. And because this alert will help us, even I may not be able to track entire thing. But the moment I get alert, look at there, these many articles are published. So here what I'll do, in case certain things may not be relevant to me, then I may leave. If it is relevant, immediately I can add this into my reading list. I'll save it to my library. So I would add into the reading list, then in the weekend, as per my schedule, I'll read or I'll share to my scholars and they'll do it that way. This is how you can create any number of alerts. There is no limitation. Look at there. What you have to do is simple. Just go to create alert. Here, your email ID will come. Don't give all results. All results means so many results will come that will unnecessarily disturb you. So give only top results. I'll give, and let me, yeah, one of you can tell me the one, type me in the chat box. I'll use your keyword. You can type in the chat box. You can respond to me. You can type in the chat box. Let me check the chat box. Tell me one field of your study, then I'll add it. I'll tell you how it will work. Yeah, AI. Thank you, Pavak Agarwal. AI, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Yeah, anything will see. Now I have used artificial intelligence. I'm giving create alert. Look at there. You can see. Yeah, look at there. Artificial intelligence. It is created. Obviously, whenever a new paper comes in, I'll get an email notification. Very simple. You can add many thing. In case you don't want to, now I don't want this thing, I can simply cancel this notification. It will ask you whether shall I cancel? Yes, you can cancel. That's it. So for that, let me repeat. After creating your Google Scholar profile, go to this thing. Come here, after your profile, my library, metrics, go to the alerts. In the alerts, it will come, just click create alert and give the keyword. See, here you can create alert, not only the field alert, you can create alert for the professors also. If you add the name, see, that's what I did already. David Goodley and Tom Shakespeare, simply if you put their name, whenever they publish a new paper, you will get a notification. How it will work? See, you work in a particular specific field. There may be 5 international experts. They may do frequent publications. That time, add them into your Google Scholar alert. Whenever they publish new paper, you will get immediate notification. Because if you closely follow them, you will get to know what are the latest development happening in your field. This is what you can do with the create alert. And the metrics, this may not be fully useful, but still I'll tell you. And you can understand, if you go to the metrics, it will tell you what are the top publications, the field. As of now, these are the field. You have the more top thing. If you click view all, you'll come to know their H5 index and H5 median. But this tells you that how positively they published many papers in that particular field. This is for simple understanding. It doesn't have any role to play with your original research. Got it? This is how you need to work with the Google Scholar. Now, know about adding papers, searching papers, custom range, adding papers into the library, then reading the citation, knowing the closed access and open access paper, then knowing the difference between what you call book and the journal article. You got it. Okay. Now, let me go to the next one. So now you are clear about open access, closed access through Google Scholar with some other features I have clearly given. So that's what as of now we checked with Google Scholar. Similarly, you can do with Scopus, Web of Science, JSTOR, and all the websites you can do. See, these are the databases. First, please be clear. And if you are a well-informed researcher, you know that Scopus, Web of Science, JSTOR, these are not journals. They are databases. Database means they'll collect papers. You know, in case one particular journal is indexed in Scopus or Web of Science and JSTOR, their papers will be available in the Scopus database or Web of Science database. Why it is necessary? You see, nowadays, every one of you must have heard about the pressure of publishing in Scopus indexed journal or Web of Science journal. The reason is only Scopus database, Web of Science database is used for world university ranking or all major rankings in the world. Whenever a ranking agency wants to test the institutional performance based on the terms of research, they do not rely on anything which is available only within their website. So they may go to certain these kind of databases because they have a proven record of maintaining the database properly. So they'll go there, they'll pull out the data from them finally they'll give the ranking and other things will be available. That's the reason they use these databases. And it means when the journal is indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, and it means that absolutely the journal has certain quality. And there are non-indexed journal, which means anybody can start a journal, anybody can publish, but without meeting certain criteria, that journal will not be indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. That's the reason the people are asking, institutions are asking you to publish in Scopus indexed and Web of Science indexed journal. And one more thing, there are people you get to fall into prey, you are becoming prey to the predatory journals. What do you mean by predatory journal? Predatory journals are journals which they'll say that you give money, they'll publish. And at the end of the day, there won't be any quality, number one. Number two, they don't do any review. Whatever you give, only say company, it's up to your business. You pay money, you'll get it published. But that also now, Scopus has made a very strict, stringent policies nowadays. The Scopus, if you take, I'll show you the Scopus database, then you'll understand. Just a minute, let me open. Just to go to scopus.com, www.scopus.com. And there are many things you should take care of in the Scopus. This is the landing page. Once you go to scopus.com, you will land into this page. Look at there, Scopus preview. First thing, please be aware that you should not get paper published in the discontinued list. I used to post regular research videos in my channel, as Madam was telling. And I used to create awareness to the people. That's the main reason. And you should know, you can simply, you click the Scopus source list. A list will download. And there you can see what are the journals has been discontinued latest and what are the journals have been added into new. That also you'll be able to see. Once this Excel file opens, I'll show that. And here you can check the journal and whether it is in the Scopus database or not. See, look at there, go to the sources. And you click here, subject area. See, as of now, you can directly 43,132 results are there. And you can see what other things are here. These are the journal name. See, this is the top ranked journal as per the site score. 463 site score means 100%. If one paper is published in that particular journal, it gets immediate citation. So based on the citation, the ranks are there, journals are ranked. Look at there. There are 4 quartile are there in Scopus. Q, that is what they call it as Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. This means quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3, quartile 4. Journals which are in Q1, Q2 are considered to be the top quality. See, it's very simple. Where are descending, the quality is less, ascending, quality is high. This is high quality compared to quartile 1, quartile 2 is less, quartile 3 is less, more or less. In that way, you can add it. So here, so in general, previously Scopus used to discontinue the journal from their indexing, mainly from quartile 3 and quartile 4 journals. That is only the low ranked journals only in general will be removed from Scopus. But now they have changed the policy. Any journal can be removed at any time. Latest thing, one journal I'll show you in the discontinued list in English, ACN ESL journal, that was in Q1, quartile 1, it was ranked in quartile 1, but in December update, they have removed the journal. So you can't simply believe that if I publish in Q1, will it be there for a long time? No, you have to be very cautious and don't ever, never believe any agents, any third party to get the papers published. And very importantly, it's very tough, I know that, but still you have to work hard. And if you pay money also, money will be lost, paper will not be there. And another more normal forgery nowadays, they say that the paper will be published. The particular journal will be there in the Scopus database also. But your paper will not be indexed in Scopus database. What does it mean? See, if you open a particular journal website, they could have published 100 papers, but all 100 papers will not be shown in Scopus database. Instead, they'll index only 10 papers in Scopus database. Rest 90 paper will never come into the picture of Scopus database. What does it mean? You may say that you publish in Scopus database. When somebody goes and checks in the Scopus database, your name, your paper will not be there. That's another thing. Those who do not have awareness about these things, they simply check the journal website. They mentioned that it is there in the Scopus, and you just tend to become, they actually misuse, give a lot of misinformation. You may lose your money. I'll show you that example now. Look at there. This is the latest list. In Jan 2022, also they have removed 3 journals. One is JLLS, Journal of Language Linguistic Studies. That was in Q2, that was removed. And in December list, they have removed ACNFL. I'm giving just one example. There are many, but I'm giving only a few examples for you to make you to understand. Then what I did, I wrote a mail to Scopus, because we can contact, I have people in Scopus, and I wrote to them. They replied to me that yes, Scopus, they have changed the policy. So they are asking us to be cautious, and because any journal is red flag, they call it as red flag. Red flag means that particular journal is under watch list. That means Scopus journal generally added by CASB, Content Advisory and Review Board is there. That is a separate 20 people group is there. They only generally review this journal, whether to accept it or reject it. So in case they get doubtful about the journal, how? See, a journal is publishing 10 paper per issue. They publish 4 issues in a year. Suddenly 10 paper will become 20, 20 becomes 30, 30 becomes 100. Then there is a, what you call, there is a irregular movements in the particular journal. Immediately Scopus may give a red flag to them. That means generally you are publishing 10 papers. Suddenly how would it come to publish 20 paper, 30 papers? Sometimes they'll jump directly to 150 papers. What does it mean? It means that that particular journal, they made it as a business. However, whoever gives money, they could have collected money, they could have added into the paper. Then they'll not be, after some time, initially Scopus will give warning to the journal, editorial board. Still they don't follow the policy. Then next revision, probably revision would happen sometime every month, sometime once in 3 months. That time they'll remove the journal from the list. Okay, sir. What happens if we take a case? Sir, I have published a paper when the particular journal was in Scopus. In case if it is removed after my publication, what will happen? Your paper is also gone. But Easter is there was option in the Scopus. When the particular paper journal is discontinued, they don't say removed, discontinued from the Scopus. From that issue up to that point, whatever the paper were published in the particular journal used to be there in the Scopus database. But now they changed that policy also. In case you published that in that predatory journal, even though it is indexed in the Scopus, they'll go to the back tracking, they'll remove that paper also. It happened. Even our scholars got suffered. So we have to be very cautious. And if you think that no, during my publication it was there, now it is not there. It was the case in the 2 years back. So once when you publish, during your publication, if it is in the Scopus in the database, no problem, you are safe. But now, no. See, it is only a clear sign. You don't go behind any predatory journal. Only quality, high quality journal. It is very tough. It may take years together to wait. But no other option nowadays. Otherwise, you have to take a high risk. Then sometime if it is fraudulent thing, you lose your money, the paper also will become. And I'll tell you that, this is the list I have already downloaded. Same way you can go to scopus.com, you can download and you see accepted titles, discontinued, and you can click the discontinued titles Jan 2022. Just I'm clicking it. Always, all these journals are discontinued in the last, it is there almost from 2018, last 3-4 years. But you can see the latest, that is Jan 2020 removed journal will be there in red color. Look at there, American Journal of Translational Research. 1, International Journal of Nonlinear Analysis and Application. 2, Journal of Language and Linguistic Studies. 3, Library of Philosophy and Practice. 4, Webology. These 5 journals have been discontinued from Scopus from Jan 2022. So always you check this database. Simply go to scopus.com and download it, and you can check this, and you can be always cautious about you are not submitting any paper to this journal. The reason is, even though they are removed from the Scopus, still in their website, they'll keep claiming that they are in the Scopus, because most of the people, they don't have that awareness. They will never cross verify. Never ever trust the journal website. That journal website, you should check in the Scopus database. From the Scopus, it has to redirect to the Scopus original journal website. Otherwise, in case it doesn't direct you, it is a fraudulent journal. It is a fake journal. So this is another important thing. When you search for the resources, you have to be very cautious. Got it? And the third thing, even though this is a very big challenge, but you have a wonderful opportunity also. That let me tell you here. Scopus, how they are removing the journal. Similarly, they are accepting new journals also every time. Look at that in Jan alone. You can see, look at the almost 50, look at that up to this point. Almost 120 journals they have added as new journals. So probably if you are a novice researcher, first time you are writing, probably you can take a list of these journals. Within this list, you can check the journals which are available for your subject. You can track those journals, you may try it. Because publishing in these journals probably maybe comparatively bit comfortable to you than trying the quartile 1 journal. Because quartile 1 will expect high quality. Fresh researchers may not be able to produce such a high quality. So you can try in these journals. But within this list, you have to exactly identify maybe 3 to 4 journals which comes in our area. And you track them. How are they publishing? How their papers are there? How many authors are publishing? Which particular nationality they generally publish? You can do a small analysis. Then you can check if it is really good for you to submit paper. Then you can submit. And if it is really good, you may get it published. Got it? Similarly, you have to do for Web of Science and the JSTOR, everything you can try in this pattern. This works very well in this pattern. Got it? And let me show you some other websites, probably link to you to download the closed access paper. Let me open that thing. Just a minute. Yeah. These are the websites. You can kindly take a snapshot probably. And, see, I think due to the time constraints, already it is 12:20. So I'll share some of the things are there already in the YouTube channel. Probably you can check how to download free, open access paper, how to download Taylor and Francis free paper. Taylor and Francis is a high quality journal. And from a Sage Publications, from Web of Science, everything, I have a separate video list. Probably I'll share that video later. Probably you can check it out because already we have taken a lot of time. And because we need to have some time for the Q&A, then we can go ahead. So this is the one website all of you can try the different databases. You go to the website and you can check. This is ProQuest. This is the website where you can download thesis free, of course, and the Springer journal. Okay, let me show you the demo of only 2 things. Okay, we'll go to the Springer. Because how to download from Springer free journal, I'll tell you, because these are the high quality papers. We'll see. So if you want to download papers from Springer, just to go to link.springer.com, not springer.com. Just you have to go to link.springer.com. Yeah, look at there, link.springer.com. See, Springer, Taylor and Francis, these are the high quality journals. They'll publish only high quality paper. You can check, and from here also you can download directly. You can download research paper free of cost. Just you open link.springer.com. Look at that. You have so many. See here, this is the search box. You can see how many articles they have in their repository. You can check chapters, content papers, reference. Over 10 million scientific documents are at your fingertips. The future books also available. But books will not be free of cost, but the journal papers may be free of cost. Just I'll show you one example. Disability studies. See, search engines, all these databases works how I have shown you the in Google Scholar database. Similarly, you can do the custom range here also. Look at the article. See, for my search disability studies, I get these many results. Within this article, this many chapter, content paper, book, and everything is here. In case you don't want any of these, only article, just click article. Rest of the thing will not be there. Look at the only article, it is there. In this, there are options available directly when there is a message called open access. This paper you can download free of cost. It will automatically, you will be able to download, but this one will not be available. This article will not be able to download because this is not free open access. Only when you have a symbol called open access, it will be free to download. This is one thing. So you can try directly, you can go to link.springer.com, you can download papers here. And let me show you one more option to download closed access paper. There is a website available. Just I'll open in a new thing. For that, let me tell you one thing. It is called Sci-Hub. There is a database. Actually, it's a platform. Okay, it will not open in our data field because it's a closed one. Let me check here. Okay, sorry, because it is actually forbidden to open in our local server. So you can keep this particular website scihub.ee, and you can you can create copy the DOI number. If you paste it in this particular website, the paper will, even closed access paper can be downloaded. And there is a video in my YouTube channel. I'll share it later because I'm unable to show you the demo here. I'll show it to you later and you can use it, and where you can open closed access paper also. See, there are different sections I have given us how to open closed access paper, how to download different university thesis, how to download Indian university thesis, foreign university thesis, UK thesis, US. Separate things are there, and probably if you go to the YouTube channel playlist, and you'll be able to see there is a separate playlist called resources. Under that resource playlist, you'll be able to see all this video and it will be available there. Got it? Okay, with this, probably, let me just a minute, I'll go back. And we'll stop here because already it is 12:30 and we need to break for lunch. And we'll have some time to we'll spend some time for question and answer. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And over to the people for further questions. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, somebody is asking YouTube channel name. It is just Professor Dr. Rajasekhar. Just you type this name, It will be there. Yeah, my email ID, I'll share it. Yeah. Any specific question? Probably will wait. Maybe we'll take
So
one.
there is a question in the chat box.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Scroll up. What about IGELLS journal? Can we publish it there?
See, that's what. See, first of all, don't ask these type of questions to anybody. I have given you exact source for you to check. Don't rely on anybody else because I can check and tell you. But go to the database. In case you are asking about Scopus database, please go to the www.scopus.com. I have told you, I have given you the demo where you need to download the list of, it will be downloaded as a Excel sheet. Go to the discontinued list. You'll be able to just type, use Control F. If that name is there, you don't publish, otherwise you can publish, number one. Number two, please do not publish in any journal if in case they are publishing too many papers in every issue. For example, I used to tell this as our strategy. There are 4 issues they are publishing in a year. In an issue, they can publish 10 papers, maximum 20 papers. Are they maintaining? Then go to the back issues. Back issue means if you go to the journal website, there will be an option called archive. In the archive, you can see how many issues so far they have published. Check last 5-year record. If there are any what you call a potential increase in their number of papers publication, please stay away from that journal. It means they changed their policy, they made it a business. But if it is only consistent, 10 means only 10 paper, and they maintain the strategy for almost 5 years minimum, 100% you can rely on that particular journal. Otherwise, don't rely on it. And another thing, do not check whether journal is indexed in Scopus or not in journal website. No. That is a major mistake people are committing. You have to check in the Scopus website, Scopus database. Check and type that particular journal name, whether it comes. If it comes means it will say that it is there in the list, otherwise it is discontinued. I'll share, I'll give you one demo also because this is a very important question. Just a minute, I'll share the screen. I'll show you exactly how to check in the Scopus website. See, and one more thing, whatever I am showing you is a Scopus preview page actually. But if you go to the licensed version of the Scopus, see, let me tell you, see, this is our university. We have the access to Scopus database. We are the subscriber to the database, so we have the access. So when you have the access, you have so many privileges to explore. But certain features may not be available in the free version. When you go to the free version, www.scopus.com/, it will say preview, where you will not be able to access certain paper. But journal, whether it is there in the Scopus or not, you'll be able to access it. Let me tell you, for example, ma'am, can you tell me that journal name again, ma'am? I'll show them.
One minute, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble.
IGELLS.
The full name we need, because we cannot check with the acronym. You need to have a full name.
Okay, I think participant Shalini Shah, I think she has sent this information. Ma'am, if you can just send me the name, send us the name of the full journal, sir will be able to tell you about it.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll give you another demo. See, I have typed as IUP English Studies. This is a one Scopus indexed journal for English related people. And look at there. It's taking time to load. Okay. And I have not. Sorry, I used, instead of journal name, I used the document. That's why all the journal comes. So I'll go again, I'll change it to the journal search, then it will come. See here, look at that, documents, authors, affiliations. You can check, see, I have already given as a document, documents, the papers related to IUP English Studies. No, that's a keyword I used it. That's why I get so many results. But I need to verify exactly the journal. Then what I need to do, look at just a minute, I'll go to sources. So here you have to click sources. Yeah, here there is a title. You can check title, ISSN number also. In case you know the ISSN number that somebody has typed, if you can tell me the ISSN number, I can check. So you don't know anything, simply click title. Here, type it. Yeah, IUP Journal of English Studies. Just I click find sources. Yeah, one result, it is there. It is there. Now you need to click this. After giving the search, the name will appear. Then click here. Once you click, it is loading. The complete details will appear here. Yeah, look at there. This is the IUP Journal of English Studies, Scopus coverage 2009 to 2021. Actually, this journal has not been discontinued. As of now, still they are in the Scopus, but the Scopus need to update whether this particular journal is continuing in 2022 database indexing. And publisher name, IUP journal, everything is there. Look at there. Here you have source homepage. I'm clicking the source homepage. That means journal homepage. Open link in new window. Yeah, it has come to the particular journal website because it is opening. Yeah, it's there. So when it opens, it means that journal is not a bogus journal. It's right. But whenever journal is predatory, there won't be any source homepage available in the Scopus database. Even if you click that source homepage, that will go to some other website. That they will not direct you directly to that particular journal website. So this is the way you need to check. So directly go to the Scopus. As of now, the journal is there, and you can verify how many papers are generally indexed in the journal. This is another option. Let me tell you. Just see, this is one option. Go to the Scopus database, click sources, give title, enter the name, then you will get it to know this particular thing. And first to check, go to source homepage, verify whether it directly directs you to this particular journal website, number one. Option number two, click view all documents. Yeah, there are 463 documents are there. Just a minute. See here, you can see this particular journal in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, every year they published around 38 to 30 ranges. Only they have published. Only in 2022, they published 48. Almost all the years, they have published only 30 to 40 papers only. It means they are maintaining the quality. It is not, there is no chance because there is not a very big increase. Even though there is increase in 2020, there is a 10 sudden jump into the 10 paper, but 2021 again it has come down to 37. It means they are maintaining the quality. So here in 2021, they say it is 37 papers. You click this. You'll be able to see all the 27 papers here. Now come back to the journal website. It's loading. See, what you can do is, let me tell you, because it takes some time to load. In the journal website, you come to know if it loads, I'll show you the demo, otherwise you can check. You have to go to the 2021 archive, that is back list. No, they could have archived their previous issues. In the 2021 archive, go there, check how many papers they have published. The published papers and the indexed papers both are same, means that's good journal. Published paper says in their journal website it is 2000, sorry, 200, but indexed is only 10. It means that's not a good journal. This is another yardstick you can use to check whether to publish it or not. And, but it's not loading, it loads. Here it is there. Let me check. Look at there. Here, previous issues are there. I'll check 2000. As of now, we verified 2021. In the 2021, March, June, September, December. There are 4 issues. And they have mentioned as 2021. How many papers here? Just a minute, we'll see. 2021, 37 documents. We'll come back to this site. First, we'll see 2021. We'll select only the year issue. Yeah, I'll select 2021, probably March issue. Sorry, let me select year here first. Okay, December 2021. I'm selecting. It has to open. Yeah, it's loading. We'll see. Yeah, September 2020. They are given. Look at there. See, these are the papers. December 2021. Yeah, look at there. These are the papers. Ambivalence, hybridity. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 papers in December issue, and probably you can verify every. There are 4 issues for every year. You can check all the 4 issues one by one. You can note down the paper. Finally, you can tally with the originally indexed papers in the Scopus. This will tell you whether journal will be indexed in Scopus or not. Please be aware, there are many journals, they say that they are in the Scopus. The paper will be published. They will show in their journal website, but that will not be indexed in the Scopus database. Please do not publish in those journals. Be very careful. This is what you need to do to check whether to publish in that particular journal or not. I hope I have answered that question. There are probably other questions. Yeah, difference between UGC CARE list 1 and 2. Yes, UGC CARE list 1, it is more of international journal, and CARE list 2 is generally all Scopus indexed journal have been added into the UGC CARE list 2. The latest update in January 2022, they have removed Rupkada International Journal, that is a Scopus indexed journal actually, but UGC has removed that journal from what you call their updated list. There are specific videos again in my channel, it will be there, how to check UGC CARE list journal, how to verify, and all those things you can check. But further, there is a website, you have to go to the UGC CARE homepage, and there is a 2 link will be there, link 1 and link 2. Link 1, use it for checking the link 1 paper, UGC CARE list 1, and 2 is for the UGC CARE list 2. Whether after publishing at least 1 paper, then only we can create a profile. Yes, you are correct. After publishing at least 1 paper only, you will be able to create your Google Scholar profile. In case you want to create now itself, probably you can add some of your friends' paper into a profile. You can create Google Scholar profile, then you can remove them. But your profile will be alive. But once you will be able to see your publication only once you publish the papers. But if you have published already, it is easy. It has to be available on the what you call Google database also. Yeah. Any other questions? I think I missed some of the questions. Sir, any Hindi journal also there to free access? Yes, that's what scihub.ee. There is a video called how to open closed access journal and closed access paper, and check that video, and that will direct you to open anything. Because here Hindi, any language, if that particular journal is offering free access, absolutely that paper also will be available. And okay, there is a question. I can see only month we may send a paper. Ma'am, can someone help me to read the question? I couldn't follow it because since there are many questions.
Sir, shall I read it, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please, ma'am, please, ma'am.
If a journal has entered UGC care this month,
Okay.
he may send a paper and it gets accepted after 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
But after 8 months, it may be delisted from UGC care. What do we do?
Absolutely nothing can be done. That's what, see, normally quality journals will never get delisted. So right from beginning itself, you should target only high quality journal. Or otherwise, you don't have the option to access to the high quality journal. Then you submit to this journal, but you need to take the risk. During the submission, publication time, if it is delisted, you will not be able to take the journal into account. No, in case university says you need to have a 2 journal publication, that time university will not allow you to submit your thesis. Absolutely, during the time of submission, they will verify whether your journal and the journal paper is there in the indexing. Otherwise, definitely you can't say, when I started publishing, it was there. All those things will never accept. So in that case, the only thing is either you need to take a risk, or otherwise you try some high quality journal. But I know that it's very challenging nowadays, but still you have to check always the Scopus database journal, where generally high quality journal you try, like IUP Journal of English Studies. But in general, such kind of journal, it will take minimum year to process. You have to patiently wait. Yeah. One question about what about Sodh Ganga? Sodh Ganga is a repository of PhD thesis of Indian universities. If you go to sodhganga.com, it is maintained by MHRD, UGC. Actually, all Indian university thesis you can download free of cost from that particular website, Sodh Ganga. And it is very easy. And there is one more exactly how to use those things. I have a video you check in my channel, probably that may help you how to download exactly, because each and everything, there is a process. So you need to know that. That's why I'll not be able to explain everything, but simply go. It is self-explanatory. Most of the resources are self-explanatory. Simply you go there, there will be a search option, give the title, then the result will come, then you right click, then it will open a new window, then download it, save it, and it will be there. Okay, sir, how to approach them directly to publish paper? That's what, beautiful question. Always exchange mails to direct editor or probably editorial assistants. Do not share paper. See, generally when somebody says that we will publish the paper, somebody will call from Malaysia, but the paper editor will name as in a particular American. So such kind of thing, it is you can't believe. So directly exchange mails. In case you are doubtful, if you go to the journal website, there will be an editor email ID or some editorial assistant email ID. Write a mail to them, you can get it clarified, and don't write to the normal person, no way he is connected to the journal, then that is bogus. Yeah, I think one more question above it related to Google Scholar. How to check quality of UGC CAR listed journal for publication since various journals are listed? That's what, very good question. See, finally check one thing for the Scopus. If the particular journal has been indexed in the Scopus minimum 5 years, that's a yardstick number 1. Similarly, in the UGC CAR list also, check how long they are listed in UGC CAR list. They must be there at least 1 or 2 years, then you can trust. Otherwise, they kept removed probably last 6 months, then they again entered in, then you need to avoid those things. Next question.
Shall I read it, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Why do journals take so long to publish an article in the name of review process? After the question is asked, a long time passes and we get back a message saying your article does not meet our standards. What is the reason for this?
Yeah, very good question. See, in general, if you take all Indian researchers, they find it very difficult to get published in international journals. The reason is we do not globalize our problem. See, when I say I find a solution for my local problem, what is the point for them to publish in the international journal? Who will read the paper? See, all the journal in general, they'll check whether that particular paper will get a wider readership. If it is limited to only limited participant, they'll not publish it. That's why you need to know how to globalize your problem. See, for that, you need to select your research problem which will address the global audience. If you select a problem which addresses only Indian audience, then the chances for getting publication will be less. That's one strategy. Another strategy, why do they take long time to process? See, let me tell you the honest thing what happens. In general, quality journals, they use only voluntary reviewers. Voluntary reviewers means, assume that I am a reviewer for one particular journal. They don't pay me anything. No, they don't give any monetary benefit. So I do review the paper only because I'm interested in that particular research field. So I read and I give my expert comments to the paper. So in that case, I'll take my own time. So no researchers is free to, once they get a paper, they'll not immediately review. They'll take their own time. Number two, the hardcore researchers, generally, they would read in between lines. See, that means each and every word they'll verify, they check, they'll give a very detailed comment. I have seen, because when I did a language correction to one of the engineering papers, the comments have come for 10 pages. Can you imagine? 10 pages. I astonished after seeing their comments because everything in introduction, third line, fourth line, vocabulary, every part they have given a detailed analysis why it is right. You answer me. For example, he claimed that I used 475 participants. Why did you use 475? Is there any reason? In such a way, wherever the doubts are there, they asked so many questions where the original researcher is asked to respond. Only after getting the satisfactory response, then they'll publish. So they'll take to write these comments probably 3 months. Then it will come to you, and you may require to take maybe another 1 month. Similarly, to minimum 2 blind reviews to happen for quality journal. For example, myself and another person will be there. So I could have completed my review within 3 months. Another person may take another maybe 1 month time also. So the journal editor, what he will do, after collecting the 2 reviewers' comments only, he will send sometime. Sometime once they get one reviewer comment, they'll send it to you. You can do that. But other reviewers comment, it may take time. So then it will, once they reach, it will be there. The reason is very simple. They are voluntary reviewers and they have their own time frame. And another thing, whenever they read only quality papers, up to their standard, they'll review. Otherwise, other normal substandard papers, they may not review. That's why you may take time. This is point number 2. Point number 3, all the journals, they get lots and lots of papers. Do you think that when a journal publishes 10 papers, see, yesterday I was talking to the professor from NIT. He was the editorial board member of one journal. They need to publish only 6 papers. That particular issue, they have received 227 papers. So the 227 papers they need to review. Then finally they need to select 6. Then you can think about how long time it will take. The reason is when they, in case, assume that they receive 1,000 papers. It happens in the COVID time, the publication went very high because everybody worked from home and they had a lot of time, they wrote many papers. So that time, every journal, right from the beginning, initially, in case they get normally 100 papers, during the COVID time, they got 200 papers, 300 papers. So they took long time to process. This is another reason, because the volume of submission is quite high. That's why they take long time. But you have to wait. The only thing is you have to patiently wait. And once you get the things done, even though your paper is rejected, once you get such a detailed feedback from the reviewers, absolutely you are ready to publish a quality paper. But only patience is very important. Nothing else can help you in this matter. Yeah.
There is one more question, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Why most of the reputed journals are demanding huge amount of money for publication?
No, actually, see, there are two things in the journal. They don't demand money for the publication. They demand money only for the processing fee. In case the journal demands huge money, I don't think it will be a quality journal. Definitely, most of the high quality journal will be absolutely free. They don't ask even a single penny. But the standard of research should be entirely high. No, it should be top of the helm in the international research. You are in a field, for example, disability studies. I say my students are working, and in disability studies, you must be, our research should be in the top of the world. See, I say that we work within India, we do this thing, they may not accept our paper. So we need to take our standard of writing, the standard of research problem into the international level so that it will reach, but it's a very big task to reach there. But that's what somebody mentioned, that 80,000, that's what I'm telling you. In case if it is a quality journal, definitely they'll not ask money. 80,000 means absolutely, it may be another, no, you are taking the shortcut route, I guess. But the straight route will never ask you in such a huge money.
Sir, can I ask one more, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Is it compulsory to subscribe to the journal to get a paper published?
Yes. The reason is, again, it is not a compulsory rule, but journal made it mandatory for them to get money. It's a one way of what you call creating resource, what you call revenue for their journal. See, in case the entire journal is run by through voluntary donations, they may not be able to pay the other some official workers. For that, the journal may what you call process. It is called processing fee. Number one. Number two, every journal they have the limitation for the space. They'll say that 10 pages, up to 10 pages, you can submit free. But when your paper exceeds 10 pages, per page, there is a limit, cost is there, probably $10, $20, $30. It depends upon the journal. They'll ask you to pay extra money. But within 10 pages, your paper are there, means they don't ask you to pay anything. So that is another category. And when somebody asks you to pay hefty money, like 80,000, 50,000, 100%, if you are ready to pay, if you are ready to take a risk, you can take, but I will never advise you to go to such kind of journal. It depends upon your pressure and what you are doing, but you will take a call on that thing. But absolutely, you can't rely on them. If it clicks, it's fine. Otherwise, you are in a very high danger. Absolutely, you have to be very cautious on that.
Sir, one more.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know whether we have time. We'll wait until they stop us. Can we not publish a research paper on regional work in international journals at all? How to make that work? What should we do, sir?
Yeah, you can publish. Definitely, you can publish. But that's what, see, say for example, let me tell you in our example. We are from, all of us, we are from English and the sociology and the psychology background. When I analyze one psychological problem in India, I try to publish it. But I need to make sure that when I write a paper, even though this particular psychological research has happened within Indian context, similar thing may work in all other developing countries, like maybe all other, you can rate it, all those things. And you can mention in the paper, then they may understand that even though research is done in India, the relevance of the research is there for the entire world. Then they'll publish it. So that's what, you do a research in local, but when you write it, you need to connect with international audience. That's what very important. For that, what are you supposed to do? Read papers from original high quality journal. Check how they have taken, for example, an Indonesian writer has written a paper for international journal, or Iranian writer, somebody. You check how they have written a paper, how they have made it universalized, how they have universalized. That may definitely help you to get the political crux. Another important thing, before you start such kind of quality papers, you read a lot of quality research papers. Don't read substantive papers. Only high quality papers keep reading. And probably if you read for 2 to 3 months, some around 25 to 50 papers, all high quality papers, definitely you will understand where you are lagging, how you need to improve, you will be able to take it. That's a one strategy you can, definitely you can manage. Thank you. I think with this, I think we can stop, because thank you for a lot of questions, since it's very important we ask you. Yeah, others probably, we can wind up, I guess, ma'am, because 1 o'clock, and next speaker has to come by 2, so we'll stop here. And probably, yeah, I'll leave my email already there, and I'll leave my numbers also, no problem. you can write to me. I can answer your question. Thank you, because we don't have time to answer all your queries. In case I missed your question, you can write a mail to me, or I share my WhatsApp number. You can probably WhatsApp me. I'll answer you during my free time. Yes, 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 ma'am. Now over to. I think shall we stop, or do we have anything else, ma'am?
Yes, sir. If you're done, we can ask Shajit to proceed.
Yeah, Sajid.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rajsekar, for your time. You have our sincere gratitude for accepting our invitation on such short notice and giving us your valuable time and insights. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed Dean, Dr. Sarada Rajkumar, to deliver a vote of thanks and conclude this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Shilja. Good afternoon. I feel very glad to take this opportunity of thanking Dr. V. Rajshekar for this interesting, informative, and enlightening presentation. At this juncture, I would like to add that he's one of our dynamic faculty members in our school. We find him constantly involving himself in some academic activity or the other, and is a great source of inspiration and motivation. He has a plethora of YouTube webinars and keynote speeches on national and international levels to be added to his achievements, and he's always on the move to his next achievement. Thank you, sir. And today's presentation has given everyone a detailed insight into finding resources to a great extent. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. One more addition. Some of them are asking the link. I'll share a separate Excel sheet with the video name as well as a link. We'll share via WhatsApp group as well as in the afternoon session. I'll share that as well. So we'll break here, I guess, and we'll join at 2:15. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
And the feedback link is posted the chat box. Please understand that this link will be open only for 10 minutes. Okay, not more than that. And this feedback is only for the first 2 sessions that we had today. And you definitely have to attend all the sessions to get your certificates. Make sure that you're attending all the sessions. In case you're not able to join our Zoom session in the afternoon, kindly join the YouTube link that is also posted in the chat box right now. Please follow the instructions. Thank you. We'll break here. We'll meet at 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that your day is going well, and I also hope that you enjoyed and gained some insight from this morning sessions by Dr. Ratnaswamy and Dr. Rajsekhar. The afternoon session will begin in a while, in 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience, and have a nice day.
Yes, Ajit, we'll start. In a couple of minutes, the speaker will join, then we can start. Just a minute. Dear participants, and let us start the session in 5 minutes, and the next speaker is joining. Just we are waiting for him, and then we'll start. Thank you. Thank you for the patience. Yeah, guest has joined. Just a minute. I'll make him as a host. Then we'll start. Yeah. Sajid, you can start. I made Sar as a co-host. Then you can proceed and we'll go ahead. Sajid?
One second, sir. Let me just check.
No problem. No problem.
We have muted him, sir. That's why he cannot unmute himself.
Oh.
I have unmuted you, Shajit. Please start.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that your day is going well. And I also hope that you enjoyed and gained some insight from this morning's sessions by Dr. Ratnasamy and Dr. Rajsekharan. Moving along, I would like to welcome the next speaker of the day, namely Dr. S. Kanapati from VIT Chennai's School of Computer Science and Engineering. Furthermore, I would like to invite Dr. Rajsekharan to officially introduce the next speaker. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Sajid. And it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Dr. Ganapati S. From VIT Chennai. And as you see in the screen, the very important thing he has been ranked among top 2% scientists of the world as per Stanford and elsewhere survey for the year 2020. And he is with the Computer Science School and the Center for Cyber Physical System. They do a lot of research collaboration and projects. And exactly, Dr. Ganapati is the Senior Assistant Professor in the School of Computer Science and Engineering. He has 14 years of teaching experience, and his research areas include data analytics, data security, network security, cyber security, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. And he is recognized as one of the top 2% of the scientists of the world by Stanford University and elsewhere survey. He has a hefty 104 publications with 1,672 citations. You could have learned in the morning I was talking about the journal and publication citation. The main reason he has been awarded, ranked as top 2% of scientists is because of his citation. Citation is not just like that, it's not an ordinary matter, it's a very big deal, and he has cracked that thing, that's why he's there. I'm very happy to have you, sir, and with this particular wonderful situation and time, and you can enlighten the audience with your rich experience, you can tell them your journey and everything. And over to you, Dr. Ganapati. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. I hope you have completed 2 sessions this morning, I think so. This is the 3rd session, I feel.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So today I am not going to talk anything technically anything. Just I am going to share my experience, what I did. Okay, how I did the research, how I am doing the research, multidisciplinary research, and how I am writing the paper, how I am getting citations, okay, and how much effort I have taken for reaching this position. Okay, so these things, just I am going to share my experience. Okay, actually I given title as a role of computational intelligence in multidisciplinary research. Okay, so it is actually I prepared this slide purely maximum the computer science component. Why? Because the computational intelligence, you should get knowledge what is computational intelligence. For that purpose, I just added much slide about computer science. Okay, so the computational intelligence. After that only I added a few slides. Okay, about the multidisciplinary research. Okay. So first of all, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, knowledge base, fuzzy logic, okay, and rule-based system, role of intelligence in multidisciplinary research. Okay, without intelligence, there is no research as of now. In this smart world and internet world, already you know that. So mainly I plan to cover the two departments problems like English department and social science. All the different kind of problems can be resolved by using computational intelligence. Okay, so that aspect we are going to discuss. Anyhow, I plan to fastly move all these technical slides. Okay, so we'll give small introduction about all the terms. What is AI? What is machine learning? What is deep learning? What is knowledge based and fuzzy logic rule based system and all. And rule based system will give more input. Okay, and fuzzy logic also knowledge based system. But first three topics and all, it is very basic information I plan to give. Okay, so actually this is the architecture. Okay, the artificial intelligence. Okay, so within that we have machine learning and deep learning. Generally, the deep learning techniques and machine learning technique and all working based on the artificial intelligence only. Everybody's aware about artificial intelligence. What is AI? Okay, so nowadays, whatever the department, okay, mechanical department are using, and all the department people are applying this intelligence, artificial intelligence concept. Okay, artificial intelligence is nothing but whatever the historical data you have, okay, you stored in the machine, okay, based on that, the particular machine will react and take a decision. Okay, so this is the important thing, core functionality of the artificial intelligence. So whatever the, whether you may create a design a robot or design a new algorithm or whatever it may be. Okay, so the form may be different, but the functionality is similar to this one only. How the human beings are behaving. Okay, so from the childhood, we are observing different things from the environment, and we are storing the, we had a rich experience about the environment and the society in which area we are living. Based on that, we are getting more information. Okay, so what are all the information that the child is observing? Everything will be stored in the mind. Okay, so after that, after observing all the information and store, we'll get more experience. Okay, so in again and again, okay, we'll repeatedly we'll see the different kind of environment or same thing. Okay, how it is behaved and what is right and wrong, that will be guided by the parents, okay, or teachers and other neighbors. Okay, everything. So all the based on the different experience also stored, and finally conclude that particular child will decide this is right and wrong. And okay, so this kind of all the experience, the historical information or data will be stored in the mind. Okay, so the human brain is very much faster than all the machines whatever we have as of now. Okay, really. So but see here, the one term I have added here, enable a machine to think as a human. Okay, so why we are going to try to act as a human? Okay, so we are going to make a machine to act as a human. Why? Because the each and every people are also having different kind of experience. Okay, various experience we are getting in different field and a different environment, different society. Okay, the different kind of children are, okay, they are growing in different environment. Okay, so all the information, so all the different kind of information input, whatever they have observed in the world, okay, around the world, when different environment, everything also stored in a database. Okay, that is the database. The small information we are storing now, that is a database. When we store the huge volume of data, if we are stored in a particular database or system, means that is the knowledge base, we can say. Okay, so all the information will be stored over there. After that, okay, the how the robot is working. So simply you knows that whatever we have feeded on the system, okay, so based on that it will react. Okay, so if we program to react to the particular incident, okay, for otherwise we may fix the or set the program to pick the particular thing only, or whatever the activity if you want to incorporate, you can do it. Okay, automatically the machine will do. According to that, we can do the program. Okay, that is the common thing, artificial intelligence. So the how AI is working. Okay, so AI, artificial intelligence, the concept, the same concept available in machine learning and the deep learning. So without AI, there is no machine learning and the deep learning. So machine learning, the different kind of techniques available. Just I will tell you that names, okay, how it is working this in a few minutes only. After that, we can enter into the research how we can apply these things and all. The supervised learning, okay, unsupervised and semi-supervised, like that we have different types. So what it will do, it will explore the data, whatever we are feeding or in the database or in the system, that will be analyzed and apply the statistical methodologies, okay, statistics formulas and anything, and it will do the analysis and will take the decision over there. Okay, so this is what happened in the machine learning. So next one is a deep learning. So it will learn in depth. Okay, so whatever the data we are giving as input to the system, so that will be learned, okay, in depth, and will take accurate decision in the deep learning. Okay, so in machine learning, so not one time we can do the training process for the some percentage of data, but a deep learning we can do the learning process repeatedly. For that purpose, we have the multi-neural network architecture and all we have. So based on that, we can have so many deep learning algorithms. Okay, so the majorly for 5 different deep learning algorithms we have: the convolutional neural network, recurrent neural network, okay, LSTM, okay, long short term memory, okay, so and deep leaf network. These are all the algorithms available. So this information already I told you what is artificial intelligence. I have given much information about this wide ranging branch of computer science. Okay, at the same time, it is an interdisciplinary science, we can say. Okay, so the various approaches are available here, and also the AI is a computer system. It is capable of performing the various tasks, whatever the task we have assigned, so that will be done like a human being. Okay, so these are all the 4 major activities will do that. System will do that. Okay, thinking humanly, thinking rationally, acting humanly, and acting rationally. Okay, so think as a human being, think logical manner. Okay, so that is very, very important. For that purpose only we are going, where we are using this artificial intelligence. Okay, so the think like a human, whatever we have feeded the information or input to the system. Based on that, it will react. That is a different. But apart from that, it will think logically. Okay, which one is the correct and not. Okay, the accurate decision will be taken by the system using intelligence concept. Okay, so that is why the logical manner. Generally we had much experience when cross the road. Okay, so if you are seeing the green signal, red signal, so we can cross the road. Okay, otherwise if you are seeing that green signal, now we will wait and until get the red signal. Okay, so that is a normal procedure. Suppose sometimes the road is fully empty. Okay, there is no vehicle. Okay, even the automatic signal system available. Okay, here, so that time also automatically every 15 minutes will get the green signal. Okay, red signal. Okay, so that time we no need to wait to get the red signal for crossing the road and all. Okay, once we are getting, we can observe the road, okay, in both sides. Okay, for the particular distance. So if it is not there is no vehicle, so we can cross. That is the intelligent decision. But actually we should wait, but the people are dynamically taking decision and react. The same thing can be done by them. Not only this one, so there are many situation. Okay, so we can take a dynamic decision. Okay, so acting humanly, act as a human being and act with the logic also. So these are all the 4 things are very important. The AI and ML, already I told you that. Okay, so without artificial intelligence, there is no learning and there is no decision making, anything and all. Okay, everything also can be done through the intelligence, or by applying the intelligence only. Okay, So the machine learning, what it will do, so just to learn the environment or input, whatever the input we are feeding, that will be learned and extract the pattern. What are all the combinations of activities are correct? Okay, so this is, so if it is the red signal, okay, on the road, so we have to cross. Okay, so the condition is we should see the or get the red signal. Okay, so that is the simple condition. Suppose when the student will get pass mark, so when he will take or he secured above 35 or 40 or 50, okay, will get a pass. Okay, so this is the pattern. Okay, so not only this one, whatever the different kind of problem you may have, so based on that it will be set. Okay, so the machine learning, it is an idea to learn from examples and experience. And apart from that, another one is the major objective of this machine learning to explore and construct the algorithms. Okay, so the methodologies can be constructed and also learn from the previous data and make the predictions of new input data. Okay, so how these are all working means supervised learning, unsupervised, semi-supervised. So if you are giving input over the system, okay, so yeah, say input with the labeled data with the result column, some set of students mark if you are feeding over there. Okay, for subject registration number, name, subject 1, 2, 3, 4, like that you may give and give the total. Okay, may give total. Then result also you can give. Okay, whether the particular student pass or fail. Okay, so that particular result column, if you are giving the result column and with the result column, if you are giving input to the system, means automatically. Yes, ma'am. Sugan Bharati, ma'am. Raised hand. Do you have any query, ma'am?
Please post the question in the chat box. You will not be able to unmute. Sir, we will have the questions at the end, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We'll complete this talk before 15 minutes, sir. After that, we can have a question.
No, sir, you have the full presentation and last we'll have the question.
Yeah, last 15 minutes.
Yes,
15 to 20 minutes also we can give, sir. No issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So unsupervised learning, there is suppose, okay, that is a test data. There is no result column. Okay, that means all the information will be available, but without a result. Okay, so result, whether the particular student pass or fail, okay, that information will not be there. So that kind of data set, okay, so the records is, okay, will be considered as a test data. Okay, so that is unsupervised learning. Okay, if you are handling the without the result column, it's automatically that is unsupervised learning. The supervised learning result column. Okay, so the semi-supervised, the both combination of these two. Okay, so next, these are all the algorithms we have. The basic algorithm only I am showing. The so many enhanced methodologies and available, different kind of classification, clustering algorithm and all available. Okay, you may think these are all the algorithms where we used or why the guest is talking all these things and all, but definitely all the computational methodology, okay, artificial intelligence concept, everything also we can apply in all the fields also. Okay, so that is why. So the regression and k nearest neighbor, self-organizing of SOMs, these are the very basic algorithms we have. Okay, Bayesian classifier, naive Bayes, Bayesian network, and the k-means clustering, a priori, LCOT. Okay, these are all the algorithms we have. And the deep learning, we are going to learn in depth and take a decision over there. Okay, so this is the deep learning. Actually, it comes from the basic neural network, that is artificial neural network. Generally, it has input. Okay, so this is input layer. What are all the input we can give, and the hidden layer, that is a processing layer that will be processed and it will provide the output. Okay, so how many inputs we are going to give? Okay, so that will be processed by the hidden layer and it will be provided the output for that. Okay, so that is the thing here. Actually the neural network will work based on the function, activation function, what you have fixed. Okay, what activation function you applied over there, based on that you can get the result. Okay, So that range like 0 to 1 or -1 to 1 like that and all, we can get the output here. Okay, whether it is a yes or no and or on or off. Okay, so here we give the weight. Okay, weight for each and every attribute, whatever the input we are giving. For example, the same student record. Okay, student registration number, name, subject 1 mark, subject 2 mark, 3 mark, 4 mark means. Here we can give the weightages. Okay, so the registration number, name for okay course or anything and all, we no need to give the weightage much. Okay, at the same time, whatever the mark you have to consider for getting, for declaring as pass or fail. So that column alone you have to give the weightages. Okay, so what is the total weightage? That can be split into the equally for all the marks. Okay, so then only we can take a decision. So that kind of weight we can assign here, and the threshold also we can set. Okay, so what is the pass mark for the particular one? So how much the particular student must secured for getting A grade or S grade like that. Okay, so these are all the information will be considered as a threshold. Okay, so how we are setting the threshold based on the experience or what rule fixed by the academy. Okay, so this is the thing. These are all the different kind of deep learning algorithms we have: convolutional neural network, deep belief network, recurrent neural network, long short term. Okay, this is what we have. So next we can come to the role of computational intelligence concept. Okay, so up to this slide, we have discussed what are all the intelligence available. But knowledge base, fuzzy logic, everything also will come under the intelligence only. Okay, subcomputing techniques we can say. So what is knowledge base? Okay, so the act as a database. Okay, so it is also a database, very big database we can say. So we can generally the collection of records, the different individual data can be collected as a record. Okay, so the student name, registration number, subject 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, each and every individual data will be collected and declare as a record, single record for the particular student. Okay, this kind of collection of records called on the table. So next database is collection of tables. Okay, at the same time in this knowledge base, okay, generally this knowledge base contains fact and rules. Okay, fact, definitely you people are aware much about fact. What is the what are all the things will be considered as a fact? Okay, so universal truth or fixed things and confirmed activity. So all the things, what are all the 100% it is true. So that kind of information we can store as a fact. Okay, over the knowledge base in this database. Okay, so you can store all the things, information, facts are to be stored in the knowledge base. Okay, at the same time, so we can generate the rule. Okay, we can fix the rule. Okay, so that all the rules can be stored in the knowledge base. Okay, so rules are generated by a rule manager. So who is rule manager? Rule manager, technically we can give some name for the particular procedure. Okay, so generally we can use one procedure for creating the or handling the rules. Okay, generating rules and handling the rules. So for that purpose, what procedure, what program you are going to write, that is the rule manager. And there is no person or anything and all over there. So next one is the rule manager can get expertise advice. For what purpose you are developing the particular or maintaining the particular database or knowledge base. Okay, so that for suppose if you are designing one knowledge base, okay, so for predicting the diseases. So that means so what kind of diseases you are going to predict, so that that area, that expertise, okay, the medical doctors, experienced medical doctors, advisors must be stored over there. Okay, so we have to get the necessary information from the medical doctors and store all the information over there. Okay, so from the decision manager, okay, so according to the what are all the information we have stored over there, so that can be retrieved and processed. Okay, so the field expert or decision manager. Okay, expertise. The next one is this is the knowledge base. Okay, the technical term is knowledge base. The generally what we have some historical information and the facts and rules. Okay, so historical data, facts, rules. Okay, so the large volume of information will be stored over the knowledge base. Okay. Next, fuzzy logic. Okay, when we go for the fuzzy logic, here value between 0 and 1 we can say. Okay, and percentage of success and the failure. Okay, so nowadays, okay, what we are declaring, okay, whether the particular student got pass mark and the fail mark. This is what we are having the decision. Okay, so generally the fuzzy logic, what it will do. So the particular student, so suppose the student got 35 is a pass mark for example. Okay, so the 34.5 if the student is getting, sometimes the 34.99 he is getting, another one student got 35. So what is the difference? Very small. Okay, so 0.01 only. Okay, so within that much of difference, the particular student got the negative result and another one student got a positive. This is not fair. So for that purpose, okay, so we have to apply the fuzzy logic, okay, to make accurate decision. What is the percentage of the particular student knowledge? Okay, so almost, okay, when we apply the fuzzy logic, almost these two kind of people will be considered and treated as the same thing only. Okay, because of there is no much difference, 0.01 only. Okay, so that is why this the particular student this much of percentage to get the pass mark, this much percentage of to get the fail mark, like that we can declare. Next, fuzzy membership function we have. Okay, there's so many fuzzy membership functions, triangular membership function, Mamdani and trapezoidal. Okay, so many fuzzy membership function we have. So that can be used for fixing the fuzzy interval. The interval will be fixed and according to that we can take a decision. We can frame a rule. Okay, so that we can create a fuzzy rule. Okay, generate the fuzzy rule. Fuzzy rule, normal rule. I will show you that what is fuzzy rule and the rule. Okay, based on that we can take a decision. Okay, so this is a rule based.
Sir, can you unmute, sir? Because
yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Rule-based system. Here we have subject mark 1 I mentioned and subject 1 mark. So what is the interval? 35, above 35 and below 100. Okay, so the particular equivalent to 100 will declared as a pass. Okay, so another one case. So this is the below 35, above 0. Okay, also fail. Okay, this is normal rule we can say. Okay, already you know things. Okay, this kind of rule already you have seen. Next, fuzzy rule means what is the fuzzy rule? See the both conditions here, 300 to 400. What I have fixed average. At the same time, I given one more rule by overlapping the first rule. Okay, so see here 250, above 250 and 350. The both values are coming here. Okay, so this 350 will come under this interval. Okay, this gap, and 250 is less than this one. Okay, so just I am overlapping. I framed. Okay, I created or generated one new rule. Okay, that is overlapped with the previous one. So this kind of condition if you are fixing. Okay, what I mentioned, see here 300 to 400 average. Okay, that is normal decision. Okay, at the same time, okay, who got 250 to 350? All the people also will consider low average. Okay, so this is little bit accurate than this one. So this kind of decision we can take. So if you are generating this kind of rule, automatically this is a fuzzy logic. Okay, so overlapping the rule, that is fuzzy rule. Okay, simple. Decision making. So decision can be made by using the following things. So when how we can take a decision over the problem. So the rules, we can apply some rules. and fuzzy rules or classification result. Okay, classification result, we can apply any classifiers. Okay, so by using that we can take a decision. Okay, so next one is how we can do the multidisciplinary research. Okay, using the intelligence. Okay, computational intelligence. What are all the intelligence we can apply now? If you use the rule or fuzzy rule, any classifiers. Okay, so classifiers also, all the classifiers are functioning based on the artificial intelligence concept only. So specifically, the language people can use the NLP toolkit and the natural language processing. That so many methodologies and the technique available you can use for that. And another one is a recommendation system. So a recommendation system usually built based on the classification methodology only. Okay, so we applied the classifier over the recommendation system and recommend the suitable content to the learners. Okay, and at the same time, the suitable places also can be recommended to the people, okay, who are going to visit the various countries and the places and all. Okay, so and also we can apply the intelligence concept, okay, on assisting system. Okay, so that are developed for the readers or old age people or new language learner or article writer. Okay, these are all the works. Okay, and these are all the points. Okay, these two slides. Okay, I just took from one published paper. Okay, English paper. Based on that, they concluded with this. What are all the intelligence, okay, we can use in English? Okay, the natural language processing, machine programming, okay, machine learning only. The computerized man and robots can be used, and the computer games can be used. The expert systems. Expert system is nothing but a decision making system. Okay, decision support system, computer based learning. Okay, these are all the things also can be used for the particular research. Okay, so this is AI can be used to overcome many of the difficulties, okay, in the teaching and the learning process that can be enhanced. Okay, so that is using information retrieval techniques. Okay, so information retrieval technique, separate algorithms available. By using the algorithm, we can retrieve the relevant information easily. We can retrieve from the repository, okay, or internet directly, so that can be used. At the same time, we can use the information retrieval algorithm for compressing the information what we have. Okay, and employing the machine translation, so that also translation skills, that things also we have, and automatic speech recognition. Okay, so there's so many, our student also they are doing much small project, mini project, everything also they are doing. Okay, the machine is recognizing the speech or sound, or some people, some students are they are recognizing the animals sound and birds sound, different kind of app the people are developing. Okay, so that are working based on the speech recognition. Okay, next text to speech. Okay, so this kind of tools also, a number of app also available, okay, for the visually challenged people. And next open digital language, okay, dictionaries, that also we have, and intelligent programs to augment the speaking skills, okay, for the English learners. Then employing a writing evaluation technique to teach paragraph and easy writing. Okay, nowadays there are so many article writing websites also available. So whatever the content you want to write, just paste the content, immediately it will rewrite everything differently. Some tools are available to summarize the content whatever you have feed in on the tool without changing the meaning also. Okay, so that kind of technology available. Everything also happened and done by using the intelligence concept only. Okay, so this is what the content I'm having. Apart from that, so we can discuss about the research, okay, what we can do, okay. So before that, just 5 minutes, will share my experience, how we have to do the research, okay. So I hope the majority people, the experienced people also available, okay. Don't take a mistake, so other people can listen, who are the research scholars or newcomers, okay. So who are new for the research, those people can first of all, I request you to all to do the proper literature survey. That is very, very important. So without the proper literature survey, you will not find the problem. The problem identification is a very much difficult task actually. But once you identify the problem, if you are able to identify the right problem, definitely you can resolve the problem, okay. That there is no doubt, okay. So if you are able to take one research paper and identify, understand the work first, okay. Understanding is the initial stage. Next stage, identify the problem, what are all the drawbacks available in that particular research paper, okay. So first understand the problem and take some notes over there, then list out the challenges or drawbacks, okay. Usually all the research paper will list out their drawbacks, okay. Even though apart from that, how many challenges or drawbacks you identified, okay, from the system, so that is that much efficiently or effectively you learn the particular research or research paper, we can say, okay. So if you identify the new drawback in the particular research paper, means automatically you can get the solution, okay. So when you can identify the problem now, if you have some idea, if you have some different thinking, okay, different direction, if you are thinking over the particular work, then only you can identify the new drawback, okay. So what is the meaning? Automatically you can resolve this, okay, resolve the problem what you have identified, okay. So and also you please put the continuous effort, okay. So continuous and the hard work and the continuous effort never fail, definitely will bring you in greater height, okay. So that is what I experienced in this past 10 years, okay. If you have any query, please ask about the how we can incorporate. If you have any problem or where if you are having any doubt to apply the intelligence over this kind of problem or not, you please ask.
Yeah, sir, thank you very much for your nice informative talk. I think all the participants could have understood now. Initially, whenever we see a computer science, in case you belong to humanities, we see when a computer science faculty gives, we think that it is not useful for us. But he has made a wonderful presentation about how you can make intelligence, computer intelligence into our any field of research. He has given a beautiful example with the NLP also. This would have definitely enlightened you with how you can take up certain new idea to do the interdisciplinary approach in terms of research. Okay, you can post your questions in the chat box. I'll read for you. Okay, sir, one question. How can we involve AI, ML, DL concepts in social science research? Say customer satisfaction analysis, for example, in customer satisfaction.
Customer satisfaction, yeah, definitely, sir. Actually, we are doing, okay. So we are doing, I did some work, okay. 5 to 6 recommendation systems I have developed. What I did now, just what are all the learners capability, okay, e-learning, e-content recommendation system. Okay, so I am talking about e-content recommendation system in sociology aspect. Okay, suppose if you are going to take survey about the particular people or particular community or a particular age group people or anything, means first of all you have to create what we can say questionnaire. That also definitely you will do that. after that questionnaire, that result you can feed as a data. Okay, data and store in the system. Okay, so you suppose if you have collected 100 people or 1,000 people or 10,000 people means, okay, 10,000 records you may have as input. Okay, so manually you may analyze each and every customer feedback, everything. Okay, so apart from that, what we can do, all the records can be fed into the system. You can fix the rule over there. Okay, so for example, this particular question, this particular part, okay, for 7th questionnaire will they tick the mark. For example, they have given weightage 8 or 7 or 6, okay, whatever the threshold if you are fixing, so that kind of rule you can frame it. Okay, for that purpose I shown the rule and the fuzzy rule and all. Okay, so if you want to fix the rule or fuzzy rule, you can design it and program in that decision tree kind of machine learning algorithm, and whatever the how many records you have, you can collect and feed into the system. The system will take a decision immediately and accurately as well. Okay, so if you are fixing the fuzzy rule, definitely accurate result you can get. After that, you can conduct the normal testing, chi-square test or any t-test, f-test, whatever the test, hypothesis testing, anything also you can do and prove the statistical analysis, whatever you have. Your data analysis can be proved through the statistical analysis by using all the testing.
Okay, sir. So next question, are
The
there
fast
any...
decision making.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next question, are there any teacher training programs to learn writing evaluation?
Sir, teacher?
Teacher training programs to learn writing evaluation.
Teacher training program?
Writing evaluation, that means...
Writing evaluation, yeah. So writing evaluation also we can do that, sir. Whatever the procedure you are fixing for the particular writing, article writing or any other writing now. So that's why already I told you that whatever the input we are giving to the system, based on that only it will work. Okay, the human will take more time, but the computer will take less time. That is the advantage here. Okay, that is why the very first I told you that the human brain is the very big intelligence than the computer. That is there is no doubt. But so when we are gathering the different kind of people input over the system will work perfectly than the particular individual human being, not all. Okay, so the whatever the suppose a document writing or article writing, that is why I told you that available tools. Okay, so paraphrase tools and also many tools available nowadays. The people are utilizing those kind of tools. How it is happening? So what are all the information? What are all the perfect combination writings? Okay, and the sentence formation, everything also already feeded in the system. So just it is referring the relevant content and show the particular thing. Just map with the number of words. That also it is showing that how many words matched with the available sentence in the knowledge base or database. Okay, if it is matched with this kind of words and this much of verb and connectivity sentence, okay, words, anything available now, automatically it will be mapped and display the result.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. We understood how it works. Normally, the paraphrasing tool and the summarizer tool, plagiarism check, and all these things, it happens based on the procedure. That's why.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
With the help of knowledge base and the rules only.
Rules. Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. I think, are there any other questions? Okay, there are no questions. So let me take this opportunity once again to thank Dr. Ganapathy for his wonderful talk on the role of intelligence in multidisciplinary research. So, one more question, sir. Just now
Yes,
it is
sir.
added. Can we use these at lower level? Can we use these AI into lower level? That's what he asked the question.
Lower level means
That's what
I didn't
I think you need to
get,
ask,
ma'am.
Mr. Iqbal, can you be specific about your question? We don't understand what you mean by lower level. Whether it is students or writing or which one. Can you be more specific about your question? Yes, lower level writing. Yes, we can do absolutely. See, it is based on the rules. There is no need to. Any level, whatever you fix.
Yes, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. All the levels of writing available. So it will show 3 levels. Okay, average, strong, and standard, strong, and medium. Like that, 3 options available. Which option, if you are choosing, that kind of content will be provided. Yeah, yesterday I experienced that. I tested the particular tool.
See, to add to Dr. Ganapati, Mr. Iqbal, you can develop your own paraphrasing tool or plagiarism tool.
Yes,
the
sir.
thing is, you can give new rules, and if you give it to you join with maybe computer science department, they'll tell you what are the rules you need to give. If you add it, you can come out with a new tool for the plagiarism checking as well as for the summarizing. Anything is possible, but you need to make sure that which is better than the already available tool. That's what he clearly pointed out.
That we can do it, sir. So we can create a new tool for paraphrases. Okay, so paraphrases as of now available. So it is 2 different kind of tools available. One is what you are giving, that will be rewritten and provided. That is one part. Another one is it is summarize the content. Suppose if you are giving 20 lines of statement, it will be summarized at 10 lines without changing the meaning. That is the beauty.
Sir,
Okay.
Here one continuation to the previous thing. See, generally, so we need to make sure that the entire rules are covered when we feed into the system. Am I right, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because we cannot afford to lose anything. In case if we miss to fail something, that mistake will not be identified by the system.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's. Thank
Sir,
you.
some other question also. One question: is there any difference between AI and automation? Yeah, definitely. Automation, AI, automation, whatever the operation, if you planned or if you written program to do the particular task, that only will do. Okay, that is automation. Whatever the manual work you are doing, that can be computerized. That is automation. But okay, when we apply the intelligence, the decision will be taken over the input. Whatever the input you are feeding, okay, so the decision will be made and displayed. That is the AI incorporation. Okay, automation, just it will do what you have given. Okay, what you fixed. But intelligence will do and mimic the activity what you have requested.
Sir, one more question. How can we use AI topic in related to research in education training?
How can we use AI topic in related to research in education training? Okay, so AI topic, AI is important for research. Okay, that is there is no doubt. But education training, so that only I took all these points from that study only. One study, one comparative analysis, study paper, survey paper I downloaded. In that that paper, they have covered that only. Okay, how the AI is useful for the education and educational training. Okay, everything from that particular article only I took. I will show you that paper. Otherwise, I can share the particular paper in chat, right, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can do. You can.
Yeah. Yeah. See this one. I think using artificial intelligence for developing English language teaching learning, an analytical study from university students, and yeah, this paper.
Yes,
So
I think-
here they covered all the points. Okay, how this AI is helpful. From this paper only I took all the points, the whatever I listed in the slide. Okay, so application for education, intelligent tutoring system. Okay, available. So e-tutoring system available, activating the internet and activation hypermedia and distance education also we can use. The AI already I told you that whatever the content, so for example, you can automate the lecture also. Okay, for example, you can schedule the lecture. So this particular timing, the particular recorded video can be played, okay, in the particular website. That also you can program. So what technique they have used? No? AI one. Okay, so we have stored the information, video also stored in the knowledge base, and the query, okay, that rule also, okay, feeded over there. That particular video must be started in the specific time duration. So automatically it will be played on the particular website. So there also artificial intelligence available. So education, the automatically the AI will be helpful for the education automatically. So I hope I answered the particular question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Any other
Are
some?
there any other questions? Okay, sir. I think that's it. Sir, thank you very much for
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
spent your time, and it's very happy to we have utilized your potential to the people. And thank you very much, sir. And definitely the participants will make it useful. At least they'll think. Even I would say,
Okay.
well, beginning is half done. At least they'll think in this terms of how to make it interdisciplinary. Your lecture definitely would give them a lot of opportunity to think in a different direction. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Shall I leave, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Some new messages also came, but
No, they are saying that
one?
good
Nothing.
feedback they're giving. Well,
Feedback.
helpful,
Okay,
wonderful.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and the next session, ma'am, whether the next speaker joined or we need to wait for some time.
No, sir, the next session starts only at 3:30.
3:30.
The speaker will join only at 3:30. For the third session, maybe the participants can fill the feedback form.
Okay.
They can join back at 3:30. Either they can choose to stay here or they can go and come back, but attendance is compulsory for the fourth session too. So they have to join back for the attendance.
Fine. So, dear participants, yeah, please kindly make a note of it.
I have posted the feedback form.
Okay, yes. Yeah, you can fill the present session feedback form. The next session by Dr. Jennifer from Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. She will talk at 3:30. Please, all of you, be ready at 3:30. Until then, you can have a virtual break. Thank you. Dear participants, the next session will start at 3:30. That's what we have announced. Next session will start at 3:30. Till then, wait, and next session will be a very nice session by Dr. Jennifer from Dublin. She will talk about the entire challenges and opportunity about trans and multidisciplinary research. So in another 10 minutes, we'll start. Yeah, we'll try to post the morning session feedback form and we'll open it for another 10 minutes. Just a minute, we will check and I will inform you. Once if it is ready, we will post you and it will be open for 10 minutes. I'll inform you after posting it.
Morning feedback session is open, sir.
Okay.
It's open. Yeah, maybe for another 10 minutes, as you say. They can check the link and
yeah, please, those who have the morning feedback form, please go to the form again. Now it has been open based on your request, but please do not request further. It will be open only another 10 minutes. That is for only those who have not filled in the morning session 1 and session 2 feedback. Yeah, madam has posted again. The feedback form also is there in the team in the Zoom chat box. Please kindly check. Fill it up within 10 minutes. Strictly, it will be open only for 10 minutes. Please do not request further.
sir, the speaker, Dr. Jennifer Edmund has joined.
Okay,
Can you just make her as the
yes,
host?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll do. Just. Yes, I find it and yeah, I made her co-host. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Jennifer. We'll start in another 7 minutes. Exactly 3:30 we can start, I guess. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes,
That's
sir. We can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think we can start by this time because we'll have a chief guest intro and other formalities. Then by exactly 3:30, we'll be able to start the session. Yes, Sajid, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that your day is going well. And I also hope that you enjoyed and gained some insight from the previous session by Dr. Ganapathy. Now we have come to the last session for today, which will be delivered by Dr. Jennifer Edmund from Trinity College, Dublin. Now I invite Dr. G. Bhuvaneshwari to introduce the next speaker. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Bhuvaneshwari here. Ma'am, you have muted. So this is Bhuvaneshwari.
How's that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Let me introduce you to the audience. Dr. Jennifer Edmund is Associate Professor of Digital Humanities and Co-Director of the Center for Digital Humanities at Trinity College, Dublin. She is also President of the Board of Directors of the Pan-European Research Infrastructure for Arts and Humanities, DARIA, which she has represented on a number of European level policy bodies, including as the Open Science Policy Platform and the European Association for Social Sciences and Humanities. Although Jennifer holds a PhD in Germanic languages and literatures from Yale University, she has worked now for 2 decades in the highly interdisciplinary field of the digital humanities. She has led in excess of 10 large-scale funded research projects exploring the digital run for the humanists, providing optimal digital and data supports while also respecting their strong tradition of qualitative methods and cultural sources. More recently, she has been expanding this exploration of the intersection of technology and culture to provide new insight into wider societal challenges, including cultural trauma, big data research, and the technological entanglements placing pressure on democratic processes. Thank you. Shajit? Ma'am, you can please start. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen so that you can see my slides.
Yeah.
Right. I assume you can see my slides now.
Yes, yes. It's visible as well as we are able to hear you properly. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. So thank you so much for the invitation to speak with you today. It's wonderful to always be welcome in an audience so far from home and so far in time as well. So I say good morning to you, but it's good afternoon as well. So wherever you are, I hope it's a good day. This is a topic that I think is very important. I have found it personally very important in my own career, but I also think that as a research ecosystem, as we try to ensure that we see the maximum value from the research that we have to solve the big questions of the world today, I think it's very important that we know how to work in an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary fashion. So I'm very glad to be able to share some thoughts with you. I should give a caveat that my experience is largely coming from the arts and humanities, as I will tell you in more detail in a moment. And I think that's important. There are a number of areas where we have seen interdisciplinarity become very easily mainstreamed. In my own university, we have major institutes for nanoscience and neuroscience. So there are areas where we have seen how the initially interdisciplinary area of the past becomes the discipline of the future in many ways. And I think that that's an important frame of reference to keep in mind. However, my own experience and my own expertise has to do with bringing an arts and humanities voice into our interdisciplinary work. And I think the challenges may still be instructive and maybe a little bit larger in those areas. So let me begin by saying what I hope to cover with you today. So first of all, I'll speak a little bit about what I mean when I talk about interdisciplinarity and why I use different terms at different times. And indeed, I think my own voyage, as it were, from being a very traditional disciplinary scholar to being, I suppose, a very interdisciplinary one is quite instructive. So I'll speak first about that. Then I'll move on to some of the challenges that we see both at the macro established level, but also I can speak personally to some of the challenges, and also in my own discipline, again, which I think is instructive because of the way in which it is constructed. Then I'll talk about, well, if there are so many challenges, why would we do it anyway? The benefits of it. And then finally, I will talk about some of the enabling structures and enabling opportunities that we can see, and some ways in which we might look towards a more balanced system to support interdisciplinarity in research. So starting with this question of, well, what is interdisciplinarity and how does one move towards it and achieve it? So I think it's important to remember, we talk about a discipline as being a body of knowledge, of methods, of sources, of conceptions, of language. I really believe very strongly that we have to recognize epistemic cultures. I'm drawing here from Karen Norsatina and her great book about epistemic cultures, that when we take a discipline, we're not just taking, something very simple. We're not just taking a body of work. We're taking a body of work, but we're also taking a lot of pre-conceptualized notions of what is success, what is knowledge, what is evidence, what is proof. All of that stands within the training of the discipline. And I would never say that we have come beyond the disciplines. We will always need disciplines because disciplines represent the depth. Disciplines represent the digging down into the bedrock where we can question what we know. And we need very, very strong tools for that. However, what we look at now is the kind of scholar who can be shaped not just like that core going down into the bedrock of knowledge, but more like a T, where you have the core down into the bedrock represented by the discipline, but also the ability to reach out in a responsible and well-informed manner to other disciplines. Now, note that that isn't exactly what we mean when we talk about multidisciplinarity. And I have been in a number of projects in my time where the claim of interdisciplinarity was really actually realized as multidisciplinarity. So when I speak of multidisciplinarity, I speak really of those silos sitting next to each other, where you have more than one discipline, you have them perhaps in the same context or in the same project, but of course you do not have the productive dialogue between them. And again, multidisciplinarity can be relevant in some contexts, but the problem comes when you have multidisciplinarity that makes a claim to interdisciplinarity. If the disciplines are not actually having an effect on each other, then it's a different kind of research. It's a different kind of project, and that needs to be recognized. We come truly to interdisciplinarity when the barriers between those disciplines begin to break down. So this is where you have that real honest attempt to take that which you know so well and truly understand how it integrates with other fields of knowledge, where you have not just two strands of work working next to each other, but where you have the interweaving of those strands so that you really can get a whole that is more than the sum of its parts, where you really can develop new methods that sit between the various disciplines and that take the strengths from either of them without either diminishing or in some ways simplifying what those disciplines can represent. I will also sometimes use the term transdisciplinary. I'm very much a proponent of transdisciplinary research because I do believe that we need to ensure that the research we do benefits not only our peers, other researchers, but that has an actual eventual effect on society. So I do very often try to bring together projects where there is a transdisciplinary element. We're either working with civil society or working with industry to ensure that that interplay between the disciplines can also be an interplay between epistemic cultures that are not academic and those that are, so that we have others outside of the academy who can benefit from our work. So this is just to give you an idea of when I use these terms, I use them very, very specifically and precisely. And I think sometimes there's a confusion around different kinds of terms. And this is, so when I say a term, I've now told you what I mean. This is a very humanist thing. I have to explain my vocabulary before I can use it. So I suppose the question that I'm often asked is, well, how did you get here? In the current day, it is possible to be trained as a digital humanist. You can take a master's course in digital humanities, such as the one I run. You can do a PhD in the digital humanities. You can take undergraduate courses in the digital humanities. But when I was being trained, such things didn't exist. So if you were going to become a digital humanist, generally your path was rather less than straight. We had very complicated ways of becoming digital humanists in the era when I did my training. So my own training as a researcher, as the introduction mentioned, was very, very traditional. There is a picture of my very traditional library where I spent much time reading books and articles in the field of Germanic languages and literatures. I wrote a very traditional thesis in a very traditional format, and very much within the discipline. Now, that said, already at that time, so I did my degree in the late 90s, already at that time, there was a strong emphasis on the way in which we use our theoretical material, our critical theoretical background. And looking back now, I realized that that separation between the methodology and the content I was studying prepared me in many ways to take an interdisciplinary pathway later in my career. Because I think looking back at the humanities, and I'll talk more about this in a little bit, there was never a strong culture of speaking about our methods. We would read. That really doesn't actually give a lot of sense of the way in which we establish a number of building blocks in order to create knowledge as a discipline. But for me, where I was drawing actually on social anthropology to inform my readings of literature, I could already see at that point that even though I was using one body of texts to inform my understanding of another body of texts, there was already a set of differences there that my training as a literature student didn't necessarily wholly prepare me for, and that I had to be very open and very cognizant of the differences in terminology, in evidence, in the nature of proof in those theoretical materials. So perhaps that's where all the things started for me that caused me to become a very bad Germanist, but a very good digital humanist. But then other things began to happen. So I mentioned that I completed my degree in the late 1990s. And those of you who were around then may remember that there was a growing influence and a growing presence of technology in our lives then. So I was working in the United States as an instructor and as a professor of Germanic languages and literatures. And I found myself very quickly moving into the area of technology simply because of the presence it allowed me to have of the culture I was teaching within the culture where I was based. And this was very important. So we ended up designing digital classrooms. We ended up buying software. We ended up using internet resources. And I became very aware, certainly from an educational point of view, of the importance of technology. And this really piqued my interest in where that technology could bring us in terms of research. I didn't know I was a digital humanist at the time, but it turned out I was. And gradually I began to work in the UK towards fostering these large-scale projects using really quite basic technologies, doing a lot of support for PHP and HTML. And that, for me, was really the eye-opener, that we would be able to ask different kinds of questions. We would be able to apply our knowledge in different frameworks and different formats when we brought together a deep knowledge of a humanities discipline, in this case literature, and the affordances of these technologies. And from that, I came to be involved in these large-scale projects like Provide DH, which just finished last year, CLS Infra, which just started last year, and Kplex, which ended in 2018, but only just had its book released a month ago. So again, very much present in my mind. So when I speak about the digital humanities as being my field, where are these disciplines that I'm bringing together? So let me just, for those of you who are not familiar with the terminology or the field, give you a sense of what I actually am talking about and how this interdisciplinary field is constructed and construed. So if you think about it very simply, there are essentially three fields you will see coming together in almost any digital humanities project. There are others that you will see coming in. You will see media studies, for example. And of course, when I speak about the humanities disciplines, there are very many of them. But generally, in the digital humanities, you will have some input from a humanities discipline, in my case, primarily literature, although one of the biggest projects that I'm known for was actually a project in history. Also art history, also the arts, also different, again, themselves interdisciplinary areas like gender studies. But you will have that input actually sitting alongside and in conversation with computer science or software design. And it's important not to forget information science. This was one of the very interesting things I found when I moved towards the research side of digital humanities, is that it is not just the technological that comes into this interplay of fields. It's actually also the way we organize information. It is the way that we categorize the things that we see in the world. It is the way that we describe collections. And I think at some point, probably about 18 years ago, I was quite surprised to learn that there is actually a whole discipline out there. And again, this is another one of those interdisciplinary moments where I had to realize that something that I thought was one thing actually sat in another entire area. And I had to make the allowances I needed to make in order to be able to work with knowledge being generated from that discipline and all of the language and all of the norms and all of the values that comes with such an epistemic culture. So from this tripartite influx into the digital humanities, we bring the theoretical and source-specific approaches of the humanities. We bring the computational tools and methods such as natural language processing, data analysis, visualization, data organization from computer science. And of course, from the information science side, we bring standards, we brings the processes and values for cultural data management. So to work in the field where I work, you really do need these very, very strong disciplinary and metadisciplinary competencies, or one could say interdisciplinary competencies. It is a wonderful place to work, I must say. It has been an inspiring field to be in and to see grow. And I'd like to say I've been successful in it. But also, I think the fact that I have always had this idea, going back to my PhD, of the importance of integration, I think makes it both exciting for me and makes it possible for me to work effectively in this context. So one of the projects I was involved in, Knowledge Complexity, was featured by the organization Net for Society as a success story in social sciences and humanities integration. And I think it's good in some ways. This tells me, yes, I'm achieving what I mean to achieve by being interdisciplinary and integrating knowledge. But I think it's also useful to just take a very quick look at this very specific term, because I think this is a very European term and will help you also understand a few of the challenges I'll come to in a minute. So from a policy point of view, in Europe, when we speak of social sciences and humanities integration, we mean something very specific. We mean specifically the program that has been introduced by the European Commission to integrate the knowledge of these disciplines into their major research funding programs. So the last program was known as Horizon 2020. This ended in 2020, and we're now in a new program called Horizon Europe. Different names, but they change the name every 8 years or so, and that's a chance to sort of change the strategic orientation of the program and also to renew the budget. So within Horizon 2020, the European Commission specifically flagged and then monitored calls for the integration of social sciences and humanities. This was their way of trying to promote a greater social and cultural relevance within many of the calls. Now, the fact that they say that they're going to promote this integration and the fact that they monitor it does seem like it should be a very powerful support for the integration of social sciences and humanities. But I think it's important to recognize as well that it does work within limitations. So for example, of all the calls in 2018, there was about 130 of them that were flagged. So this is the terminology for calls where they expect to see an integration of the social sciences and humanities. Now, it's very hard to say 130 out of how many, but doing a brief extrapolation, I would say maybe 200, but maybe more like 500. So it's very, very much a subset of the calls that they are putting out, where they're specifically saying we are welcoming and encouraging SSH participation. And of those, so we have a first reducing of the number of opportunities for this social sciences and humanities integration. And then when they did this monitoring report, they found that really only 65% of them had a good level of integration. And a not good level of integration can mean that there's a partner there, but they're not really doing scientific work, or that there is no SSH partner. And there is also, I think, a very strong bias towards certain disciplines in this. So you can see, I don't know how well you can read the chart in the lower right-hand corner, but very much dominated, more than 50%, by economics and political science. So again, you can see how a policy task within a larger project can lead towards a representation of this integration. Whereas if you look actually for humanities itself, you'll find history is at 1% and humanities and the arts is at a single number percentage as well. So we have this idea of integration as being a value, of being good, but how we define it becomes very important, because that also leads to how it is supported. And you can see there at the bottom of the slide the kinds of criteria they use for this integration, the number of the flagged topics, the number of flagged topics with at least one partner, the number of the way in which the partners are involved, etc. So it's interesting for me, since I'm going to, in a few minutes, talk about the challenges of interdisciplinarity, to already be able to show you here how the desire and the rhetoric towards interdisciplinarity as really being the way we can bring research into the addressing complex social and cultural, wicked problems. The way in which that's defined and the way that is monitored is actually quite narrow, even though there is a lot of verbal support for it. So since I'm already wandering into this territory, let me now go to a second section around the challenges of interdisciplinarity. And I feel sometimes when I talk about the challenges of interdisciplinarity, like the fish who is asked, well, how's the water today? A fish doesn't really understand the concept of water. And I have to say, the work I have been doing for so long now that in some ways it's often hard for me to remember the challenges and to see the challenges for what they are. This is, however, not to say that I cannot see them, because in some ways they are also present for me every day. But I want to start very fundamentally, because I think that in the first instance, we have to talk about a challenge in my home discipline. I have to go all the way back to that very traditional library and that very traditional training. And I remember finding this lecture by Lorraine Daston very eye-opening and in some ways relieving, actually, because I do find that one of the greatest challenges in being interdisciplinary in the humanities, but also fostering interdisciplinarity in the humanities, has come from the lack of a sort of an epistemological vocabulary for the humanities. Now, I see that Radha Shankari has raised her hand to ask a question, and I'm very happy to take that question now, unless the organizers would like me to continue my presentation and save questions for the end.
We can have Q&A at the end, ma'am. We can have it. Yeah.
Okay, so let's leave the questions for the end, and we'll come to you then. So coming back to this epistemological vocabulary, which may be lacking in the humanities, if there are humanists out there, I'd be very interested to hear what you think about this, because the idea that Daston comes to in this lecture is that we end up having to borrow from other disciplines to describe how we create knowledge. Now, remember going back to that whole idea of you need to actually have a firm vocabulary yourself so that you know when you're actually reaching out and so that you can see the differences when you're dealing with other epistemic cultures. I think that it is actually a great difficulty for the humanities to go into interdisciplinary interactions in many ways, because we can't negotiate as fluently at the edges of our disciplines. And again, I've found this many times. I think there was a very instructive moment for me once where in a project around assembling historical data, we had a long disagreement, or at least a long agreement that never led anywhere between the historians on the project and the computer scientists, because there was a sense of needing data, but the historians didn't really understand what data meant in their context. And therefore there was an inability to reach agreement. Now, this actually leads me to the next sort of very fundamental stair step, is that much of the work that I've done around these questions of, well, what does it mean to have data-driven research and what are the risks in interdisciplinary data-driven research, it is very interesting where when we have conversations around terms like data, you can find that there is a lot of seeming agreement that actually hides disagreement. It's what I would call a failed boundary object. And in Bowker and Starr's idea of boundary objects as being terminology and other kinds of artifacts that can flow easily between contexts. I think what we sometimes find is we find that the term will flow between contexts, but mean something different in each of those contexts. So I was really, I very much felt that there was an incredible truth spoken, and to think of a truth being spoken over Twitter is a kind of a strange thing for me to say. But the digital humanist Miriam Posner released a Twitter thread some years ago now, where she asked humanists what they thought of the word data. And you see some of the answers here. They felt that data represented numbers. It was pre-epistemic, so it was something that had not been analyzed. It was derived or impoverished or simple. It was only meant to be used a certain way, homogeneous or indeed suspect. And I thought that the quote that calling a source data means that a person doesn't value it or respect its integrity just came back to me to this, this conflict between the historians and the computer scientists trying to agree about the provision of data, because the idea of rich, cultural, contextual, human-linked, institutionally held sources as being reduced to this very like-for-like homogeneous mass of data, it does sort of bring up exactly that kind of place of negotiation in the interdisciplinary context, which can be so very important, but which can actually be overlooked if there isn't enough sensitivity to what various terms and what various values are in different disciplines. So I like to say that in the humanities, there is a very rich vocabulary for talking about sources, whereas in the interviews we did in the Kplex project with computer scientists, the richness is sort of buried behind the term. So there's a lot of different uses of the word, but they can very comfortably exist side by side with each other. So it came to me to quote the old song, you say tomato, I say data, not tomato, but data. So I think when we have, first of all, the challenge of being a humanist in an interdisciplinary context, where you may not have been as well trained to negotiate the edges of your discipline. And then when you're in a data-driven context, where many of the assumptions about what you're working with and on end up encoded into the back end of technological systems, we can have additional challenges in moving towards interdisciplinarity. Now, then we come to all the rest of the stuff. Those fundamental challenges, I think, are the interesting ones, because that's where it comes upon us as an interesting, curiosity-led piece of work as scholars to say, how do we reach across to this particular discipline? How do we find a shared language? How do we find a shared question? How do we find a shared approach? What is very frustrating, however, if you are an interdisciplinary scholar, is the way in which sometimes the square peg of interdisciplinary work can meet a round hole of the disciplinary structures we have created. So, for example, if your methods are interdisciplinary, your methods, your results, your teams, your publication culture, and all the work that you do to align and bridge the work in the vocabulary will be a part of what you do. However, if you are working in a particular institution, if you are working within a particular funding agency's set of requirements, if you are working in a publication culture, which is largely coming out of a disciplinary background. So we have various publications that are high profile, high impact, however they're viewed, that are associated with particular disciplinary cultures. Then we start to see grave difficulties in evaluating interdisciplinary work. If it brings together different disciplines, if it is rare to bring together those same disciplines, then who is the person who can actually judge the integration and to judge the outputs? Do they get evaluated according to the values of discipline A or discipline B, given that they sit between them? You can have problems with publishing. I have been told many times by publishers that they have a hard time finding reviewers for my work. Again, it's the same question. Is there a problem with trying to find something that is not A and not B when we really encourage people to be A or B by allowing them access to certain kinds of rewards and certain kinds of advancements more easily? Within departments, and very interestingly, within my own institution, I sit within a school, but not within a department. Everyone thought this was a great idea, a great nod to my interdisciplinarity, but it turned out the database systems at the back end require a PhD student to be associated with an advisor within a department. A very concrete example of a way in which an attempt to recognize and foster interdisciplinarity and to free my hands to work across various departments actually ended up causing me undue difficulty in bringing in PhD students. You can find that you have a hard time placing certain kinds of work. And I think probably most difficult is that all of that work to bring together different disciplines, to create these bridges where they didn't exist, can be perceived as meriting only partial credit, when in fact it takes double the time. So the idea that if you're in a discipline where there is more of a tradition of single work, then it can be seen as less effort to work with others. Again, this is different and plays out in different ways in disciplines where there's more of a tradition of team-based work. But I believe that these disincentives towards interdisciplinarity are still there. They just manifest in different ways. For example, when you have a research question, which is not viewed as being the kind of research question you ask in a particular discipline, or when you have publications which are not viewed as being the kinds of publications where a particular discipline will produce their work, you can see these same kinds of tensions. So what this ends up resulting in is significant and sustained barriers towards interdisciplinary advancement based on these strong, tenacious, conscious and unconscious biases towards the discipline. We really very much have built our academic structures according to disciplines, and it is very hard to unbuild them in spite of the desire to be interdisciplinary. On a personal level, for the individual doing interdisciplinary work, it can result in a very strong cognitive dissonance, where there will be, in some places, a warm recognition of the work, but at the same time, misapprehensions about it. Again, a personal anecdote of being told that I was, doing bad social science. Well, actually, I'm not doing bad social science. I'm doing integrative work that is actually coming from a humanities point of view. This can be exhausting, I have to say, for all the exhilaration of the kinds of knowledge that I'm able to access and bring together. It can also be a little bit of a disadvantage and a disincentive towards this kind of work to see how difficult it can be to place. And certainly I know for younger scholars who are either being advised against doing this kind of work or who have embarked on this kind of work out of their own passion, and found that they've hit various barriers, you can see how the rhetoric around support for interdisciplinarity is really very much being undercut by the lack of the kinds of structures we may need. So coming to part 3, I've mentioned passion, I've mentioned curiosity, I've mentioned excitement. And I think when you're thinking about interdisciplinarity, it's important to remember that there are reasons why people do it anyway, in spite of the challenges in situating this work in the academic structures. And if you want to find a way of sort of thinking about the reasons for interdisciplinarity, I think some of them are more individual based, the individual researcher and their career, and some of them are more problem based. So from the individual perspective, there are many opportunities. There are opportunities to do completely different things you wouldn't expect. Again, there's a freshness and an excitement that can come in the interdisciplinary context that, again, I personally have not found in my own discipline. Curiosity can lead you there. Sometimes your own disciplinary toolbox will lead you to a dead end, but there will be a ladder there, and that ladder involves embracing another discipline. So the curiosity can be there. And also the fact that you're working across disciplines very often means that you'll be working with others. And again, in many disciplines, this is the norm. The way I was trained, it was very much not the norm. And I find that working together in teams and building those mutual relationships of trust and those mutual relationships of sharing of tools and knowledge, of saying, okay, well, you're approaching it this way, I would approach it this way. How can we do that in the most appropriate fashion so we move forward together? I think is really one of the great joys I have found from this form of work. But of course, there's also the question of the problem-based reasons for engaging in interdisciplinary work or fostering interdisciplinary work. Some problems are just too big to be addressed with a single discipline. And if you try to approach it from the point of view of a single discipline, you will find that you'll come up with quite oversimplified and unsatisfactory answers. Again, the whole reason behind my own discipline or interdiscipline digital humanities was the idea that, well, we have digital cultural data. How do we work with it responsibly? How do we do something different with it? How do we not just, take all the digital data, put it as a PDF, print it out, and then read it the way we always did before? So the idea that there was a complexity there that we wanted to address differently was very important. And of course, you can find the novelty of a different kind of approach and the applied nature. As I mentioned, I think the transdisciplinary is a very exciting space and where you can find really any discipline, the chance to kind of be very close to both society and policy and the economy. And I think this is something that is a really interesting opportunity for us. So moving towards the last part of my presentation, how do we get past this? I mean, if the joys and the benefits for both society and for the individual researcher, for our ability to approach different problems are so strong, how do we get past that? So I can just run through a few initiatives that I know of that I think are very useful. First, two at the kind of more specific and micro level, and then two sort of macro level movements that I think are very useful in this. So the British Academy did this mapping of knowledge exchange for what they call the SHAPE disciplines. This is the same as social sciences and humanities. And what's very interesting if you look at their work is that they found that the interchange between the social science and humanities subjects and many different types of knowledge exchange, that there was already quite a rich set of interactions there. And that by looking at these interactions, you could find existing and inspiring blueprints for future inter and transdisciplinary work. And so again, there are many resources and assets on their web pages where you can see how, for example, disciplines like English studies end up feeding into things like local growth and regeneration. They are fascinating leaps of imagination. And yet once you see them, they make perfect sense. So this is the kind of resource that I think actually really helps to embed and inform thinking about interdisciplinarity at an institutional level, at an organizational level, at the level of a ministry or a funding body, at the level of a publication culture. When we see it done, and we see it done well and see it evidenced, we can actually move forward on the basis of that. Another project that I think has done incredible work towards supporting the interdisciplinary integration of, in particular, the arts, humanities, and social sciences is called Shape ID. And this is just a screenshot from their toolkit, which faces different different positions in the interdisciplinary landscape. So whether you're a researcher, a policymaker, a dean, a PhD student, you can find resources here to, again, help you make the case for your research if you're coming from the bottom up, or help to tack your institution in a direction that will allow it to support interdisciplinarity where it is arising. So it really does give this very 360-degree view of understanding, developing, creating, evaluating, supporting interdisciplinary research involving the arts, humanities disciplines. So those two projects, I think, provide very, very good, solid tools in the toolbox for making interdisciplinarity richer, but also more accepted and more integrated into our current academic institutions and environments. The other two, and this is going from a very low level to a very, very high level, two of the policy imperatives that we've found that actually have been really useful. So first of all, I find the rhetoric around the Sustainable Development Goals has been very interesting to see how that has allowed us to think interdisciplinarily in a more structured and safe way. Because when you think in terms of, it's a categorization, isn't it? It's a way in which we can take things that are very diverse and give them a broad vocabulary to agree on things on. So when you have a researcher from the health sciences who says, well, I'm working on good health and well-being, and you have someone who's from literature who's working on good health and well-being, suddenly you can give them a common ground. I've seen this used very effectively, again, in the European Commission, whose missions are a funding instrument that they are just introducing, which is based upon some of the challenges in the Sustainable Development Goals, but we've also used it very effectively locally in the Interdisciplinary Research Institute, where I am based, where we recently had, pre-COVID, so not so recently, a PhD poster session where every student was encouraged to align their own research with one of the Sustainable Development Goals, really inspiring for them to think of their work in a different way. And then the last thing I would bring forward as a way of thinking differently about research is the idea of open science. Again, I don't know how advanced or how centralized the discussion of open science is in India. Certainly within Europe, it has been at the heart of the way we've been looking at research policy for some years now. And if we go back to this little book that was released by the former Commissioner of Research in Europe, Carlos Moedas, he really wanted us to start thinking of the way in which the exciting research discoveries are coming at the intersection of disciplines. And for him, that was an imperative to move towards a not only open science in terms of open access to publications, so that researchers in different disciplines could access the publications of their peers in other disciplines, but also to build a way we could enhance our access to that data-driven research and access each other's data. So this is very much an advanced rhetoric in Europe, but one that I find opens up a lot of questions around the diversity of publications, around, well, where should we be publishing? How should we be publishing? How should we communicate? How do we support the kind of research we want to see? And right now we're moving into a very strong period of looking at policies around reward and assessment. And I think interdisciplinary is going to be at the heart of that. So I think this is an interesting space to watch if you're interested in questions of disciplinary integration, and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinarity. So I hope that that gives you a few tips and ideas you can pursue in terms of better understanding, better promoting, better your own or the interdisciplinary research of others. And I know we already have a few questions, so I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you very much for your excellent talk about interdisciplinary, multi and transdisciplinary research. Yeah, already the question has come. In what way this approach be beneficial in a country like India?
Okay, it's been a long time since I've been in India. So again, I think it's hard for me to speak directly to how this can benefit you. I suppose that's in some ways for you to say, but I do think wherever you have excellent research and wherever you have that kind of high level of research preparation, there can always be opportunities to build towards a different kind of future. And I mean that very much in terms of a different kind of future where we are unpacking some of the biases in the research we do, where we have the tools to question what we're doing. And again, a lot of the work I'm doing right now is about questioning the ways in which biases enter technological systems for knowledge creation. And I think, okay, you know, I'm in Ireland. We can have the post-colonial conversation here. I think it's really important to look at the system we have. Again, the full name of my university has the term founded by Elizabeth near Dublin. You know, how do we actually approach those kinds of systems in a way that is sensitized to complex histories? So again, I think that, but also I think, you know, a country that is growing, a country where there is going to be problems around adapting to climate change, you know, will adapt to climate change culturally. So that needs to be in there. So there's so many pressures across the world towards problems that will require interdisciplinary approaches and knowledge. I think that it's very much a benefit for you, even if I can't say precisely how.
Thank you. I think some of you have raised a hand during the interaction. Can you come again with your question? Okay, it's a way to know that we can align our research to sustainable goals. Okay, how to align sustainable goals? Okay. Question: how can we learn to do that? See, the question is asking how to align the research with the sustainable goals.
Yeah, it's challenging at first. At first, it's easy to look at, and it depends on what discipline you're coming from. So, you know, if you're in marine sciences and you see a sustainable development goal on life underwater, it makes sense. But what I found as a humanist looking at these is that my initial sort of, oh, there's nothing here for me reaction has to give way to, well, what do I know how to do on an abstract level? And again, I'm really going back to my training as a literature scholar here to think, okay, that unpicking I talked about of the methodological from the source-based in my work allows me to think, okay, well, what do I know how to do? I know how to look at discourse and the way people talk about things. I know how to look at values and norms and other kinds of the substrate of culture. I know how to look at artistic representations and how to understand them as evidence. And when I then take that meta level understanding of what I know how to do, and I come back to the sustainable development goals, I can say, okay, so life underwater, well, let's think about Moby Dick, you know, as an example of how we have come to view the oceans and how people's attitudes towards the oceans. And then I would think about, okay, well, who do I need to work with in order to integrate that kind of insight and that kind of approach into something that could be useful? So I do think it is, there's a process by which you can start looking at sustainable development goals and align research. But I think it does start with saying, okay, here's my discipline, here's my core, here's my bedrock. what does it mean to me in terms of the what I study, and what does it mean in terms of the how? And how can I unpick those two to look at some of these sustainable development goals?
Any other questions? Yeah, I think we are done with questions and over to Bhuvaneshwari.
Are there any more questions, sir?
No questions.
Shazad, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'll wind up now.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Edmund, for your time. You have our sincere gratitude for accepting our invitation and giving us your valuable time and insights. Thank you, everyone, for showing up and participating in the afternoon session of this workshop. We would like to remind you that the feedback form will be circulated at the end as usual. The link will be only valid for a short time, so please fill it up as soon as possible. The Zoom link for tomorrow's sessions is the same link that we have used today. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Binu Sahayan to deliver the vote of thanks and conclude today's session. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am, unmute. Okay.
Sir, you have to unmute her.
Oh, is it so? Okay.
Ma'am is not the host.
And now check. I have asked you to. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. At the outset, on behalf of a team, I thank our speaker, Dr. Jennifer Edmund, for her time and the valuable inputs on digital humanities and interdisciplinary research. Ma'am, thank you, ma'am, so much for enriching us with different aspects of transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary research and the exchange of knowledge under various disciplines. And also, I thank our participants for staying with us till now. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Dr. Jennifer. Such a wonderful session, really. It's an eye-opening, exact to the topic. This is what exactly suits to our topic of our workshop. And we really enjoyed a lot learning from you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jennifer. We are the team, like Dr. Rajshekharan, Dr. Binu, and me, Bhuvaneshwari. So there's one more person, one more faculty, but due to busy schedule, she has left the session. Thank you so much for being with us and accepting our invitation. It's a privilege to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Dear participants, tomorrow's session will start at 10 a.m. Actually, kindly make a note. The first session will be 10 to 12. Then second session will start from 2 to 3. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes, sir. The session starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll post the feedback link just now. 1 minute.
Thank you. Dr. Jennifer, thank you very much. You must be busy. You can do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So feedback link is posted.
Okay, so please kindly make a note. Feedback link will be live only for next 15 minutes. Now it is 4:20, 4:35 it will be closed. Please do not call us back with a request to extend. It's not possible. Please kindly
Can I close the links for other sessions, session 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, you can, because we have given only 15 minutes. We will close. Thank you. And thank you very much, all of you. And we will all meet tomorrow. Thank you very much.